When we talk about integration of production planning as well as EWM, so within the EWM environment, it's called as advanced production integration. Okay. So what exactly is advanced production integration? We will try to understand that, how we can use it, how we can utilize it. We'll understand that, what are the different configurations that are required, what are the different master data that is required, as well as what are the different scenarios in which this is applicable. We'll try to consider, whenever we are taking examples, we'll make sure that we talk from a scenario perspective, we talk from an industry perspective, so that it will be much more clearer to you. Okay. Also, whenever we are delivering the sessions, try to visualize, because EWM as well as production planning are very physical modules, right? It's not like sales and distribution and materials management. So it's or finance, where the physical involvement of materials moving in and out is very less. So when we are talking about EWM, you need to have a good visualization, because you need to understand, when I'm talking about a layout of a warehouse, the things moving in and out from one particular area to the other area. So we will try to use some diagrams as well when we are going through this curriculum, but also try to visualize it from your side as well. Okay. As we move ahead in the different sessions, I will also try to see if we can utilize certain videos and see and give you examples by showing you those different videos in terms of the different examples that we'll be going through. So the agenda of program is to go through the production integration of EWM and give you a high-level idea. So now, what does the production integration with EWM mean, right? So when we talk about production planning, we plan like how much goods need to be produced based on the materials requirement planning, right? So there would be if I'm talking from a very layman languages perspective, based on the demand and supply, there would be a certain forecasting technique which would be used to numerize the number of materials that I need to produce. Now, if I'm producing or manufacturing a particular material, there is a different components which are required to produce that particular material, right? So those components will also be stored in the SAP system as materials, which will be linked to the finished product, which is called a BOM, right? A bill of material from a production planning perspective. So all these components which are going to be used to create the finished product are going to be stored in the warehouse. And when we store it in the warehouse, it is going to be either again produced within the same facility, or generally what we see in most of the companies or in most of the different industries, if I'm manufacturing a finished product, some of the components would be procured from external vendors. Okay. Say, for example, if I assume that I'm manufacturing an automobile vehicle, say, for example, a Tesla. Now, if I'm manufacturing a Tesla, now it is an electronic vehicle. So what I'm going to need is to, if it's a single motor engine, it's a one single motor that I'll be manufacturing. Now, for that particular motor, apart from the electronic chip components, I would also require a battery set which needs to be attached. Now, for Tesla, generally there are two vendors. One is Panasonic and the other one is BYD. Okay. So are you guys familiar with all these companies that I'm mentioning? You guys, I'm sure you guys have heard about these companies, right? Tesla, BYD, Panasonic. Yes, no?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So now the Panasonic batteries, say for example, which we require to manufacture this vehicle, needs to be procured from Panasonic. So what we are going to do is we are going to put a order, which will be a purchase order for us in order to procure this material. So once the material reaches our warehouse, we need to store it in such a way that I will be able to send it to the production line, right? So let's now start by drawing a diagram. So I like to use Excel sheets when we are doing this sort of explanations. Okay, I'll just remove the grid lines. So let's assume that the truck comes in with the Panasonic batteries. And this is in from a system perspective, this is where I will receive it. So when we are talking about SAP EWM, so the entire warehouse layout, even for people, because people who have EWM experience, I need to just explain a little bit because we've got a couple of people who are not from core EWM background. So one is from a PP background and one is from a QM background. So we need to make sure that they also understand what we are talking about. Okay. So when we talk about the warehouse in EWM, the entire warehouse is distributed into storage types and storage bins. Now, why do we do that? So that we can understand and we can map the entire warehouse layout in the system in such a way that when the goods are moving in and out of the warehouse, I will be able to track and trace where exactly the goods are. Now, every region, as I mentioned, I would be specifying it as storage types and storage bins. Now, when the truck comes in, this orange box that you see, let's assume that it's a docking zone. And this is where the truck will be unloaded. So once the materials are unloaded, it will be pushed into this particular area, which is called the goods receipt zone. In layman's language, this is a staging area, an inbound staging area. Okay. So in the goods receipt zone, once we receive the materials or the cartons or the pallets or the boxes, we will be doing a physical verification and a count using RF scans, using handheld devices, or if it's not human resources who are doing these activities, it will be done by automated guided vehicles or robots or drones. So in modern warehouses, we have all these new approaches, right? So new kinds of resources instead of human beings, which are introduced in the modern warehousing system, which also needs to be integrated. And that those things also we will talk about in our sessions moving ahead. Now, once the materials are received, once the materials are counted, and once the materials are scanned, they need to be pushed into the storage area, because it is not a continuous cycle that the moment the truck is unloaded, I will be directly sending the material from the GR zone over here to the PSA. Now, the question is, what is a PSA? So the PSA means a production supply area. So in the manufacturing, if a warehouse is connected to a manufacturing plant, so the manufacturing lines will be somewhere close to the warehouse, right? So that particular manufacturing line, I will determine or I will uh, define in the system as a production supply area. Now, the production supply area needs to be defined in the system. It also needs to be defined as a storage bin. So when I'm moving my material from the storage area, which is the VNA rack that you see over here, to the production supply area, so that is when the materials will be staged for the consumption against the production order. For people who have worked in traditional PP and QM modules, the consumption used to happen directly through ECC. But when you are using advanced production integration in EWM, there is an option to either consume it once the materials are staged over here in the production supply area against the production order using RFUI, or you can also do the consumption using Fiori applications. Standard Fiori applications are also available. And I've also worked for clients where we have developed completely custom applications for consumption. I will later tell you why those requirements come in. Certain customers would ask you to create custom applications, and they will not be satisfied with the standard Fiori applications which are currently available with SAP. Okay, but in most of the cases, it would be able to suffice the customer's requirement. So either they will be using the standard RFUI, as I mentioned, for consumption, or they will be using the Fiori application. Okay. Now, this is the basic movement which will happen. So this movement of the materials, once it is being stored into the VNA rack, from here to the production supply area, the movement that will be happening is based on a particular activity that we do in EWM, and that is called staging. Okay. So that particular activity is called staging execution. So what it means is that these materials that are required for this a particular production order which is coming in from ECC. So the production order always is or a manufacturing order or a process order. Okay. So we've got generally three different types of document which a company will use based on their costing requirements. Okay. So let's assume that it's a manufacturing order. So the manufacturing order is created in ECC. And once you stage the manufacturing order, we'll be seeing all those steps in the system as well. Don't worry. Okay, I'm just trying to give you an overview right now. So once you stage the manufacturing order, that document gets distributed into EWM. Now, once it gets distributed to EWM, if we are using advanced production integration, then that particular document gets created in EWM as a PMR. And the full form of PMR is production material request. So the manufacturing order, the MO, gets created in ECC. You click on stage, and then a production material request gets generated in EWM. Now, this production material request will have details of what? It will have details of the finished product which will be manufactured, the quantity of the finished product, as well as the components which are required to manufacture that finished product. Because from our perspective, finished product will be created once the production process starts. But before that, we need to push the components which are required in order to produce those finished products from this storage area to the production supply area. And this movement of materials will be triggered based on the production material request which will get generated in EWM. And from there, we will run the stage transaction, or we can use the stage Fiori application. Now, what these two functions will enable us, it will help in creating a direction which is called a warehouse task, or orders which are called warehouse tasks for the resources to move the material from VNA rack to the PSA. So when I say VNA rack, just a quick trivia question for all of you. What does VNA rack mean? What is the full form of VNA rack?
Very narrow aisle racks, like those in the warehouse that is there. So we have the setup that is there. It's something like that.
Exactly. Very good, Mariam. So can you please explain for the entire audience what is the difference between a normal rack and a very narrow aisle?
No, like the space is less, like that's what I imagine. Even I have not been able to go through that, but that's what those are very narrow eyes, like when we are storing the products that are there in the warehouse. So like you go to the racks, so the aisles that are there, the storage in a warehouse is like it is aisles and racks that are there. But in when I'm speaking of very narrow aisles, those will be the spaces between mm, the storage, I would say, the let's say cabinets or whatever we imagine them to be. The space is less, so we have is it like, Ani, you are like that's what I.
Yes, I mean, what you mentioned, I think you have not seen it, but what you're saying is just you're trying to visualize.
Right.
You are 95% absolutely bang on target, and you're almost there. So the only thing that we need to understand, yes, the space between two racks in very narrow aisle. So that's why it's called. So this space through which a resource can walk in and out is called an aisle. Okay, this is basically the space between two racks. Okay, so in a large warehouse, you will have multiple racks stored parallelly next to each other, and there will be that aisle space through which a resource can move in and out, or that is the space through which a forklift will move in, and then will be putting in the materials and picking out the materials. Right now, what happens is that the difference between a normal rack and a very narrow aisle is a normal rack. Any sort of a forklift can go in, so the space between both the racks is pretty good. Okay, and when we talk about very narrow aisle, you need specific forklifts which will only be moving in and out or top and bottom. So when we talk about racks, racks generally have different shelves, right? So vertically also it will be generally pretty tall. So let's assume that these two are racks, the blue columns that I have just colored, and this is the space in between. So when we talk about very narrow racks, so what happens is that the resource will be able to go up and down and move in and out of the aisle. It will not be able to, that particular forklift resource will not be able to pick the material, say for example, and go to the PSA. It is not equipped for that. Its movement is only basically to be moving in between these aisles. So the forklift itself is designed in such a way. So whenever we talk about large production facilities nowadays, they are going for VNA profiling, so that they can have more classification. Because if I have multiple racks, I can classify and store my materials in a much better way. Say for example, I have stored this for a particular finished product. I have stored, these are the components for a particular finished product, these are the components for a particular finished product, let's say for example. Okay, so that way we can classify and we can store the materials in a much better way when we are using VNA. So more and more companies are going for VNA racks if they are using manual forklifts and resources. Now in this example, as we have seen, so there will be the truck coming in, unloading will happen into the goods receipt zone, and from the goods receipt zone the materials will be sent to the VNA racks. And in this particular example which we have taken for Tesla, we are receiving the Panasonic batteries, and the batteries are kept in the VNA racks. Now I'm going to manufacture a automobile vehicle, a Tesla Model Y, say for example, which is an SUV for Tesla. And for that I require and to manufacture the vehicle I require a few set of batteries, and that will be pushed from the VNA racks to the production supply area. And this movement from the VNA rack to the production supply area will be triggered through the stage transaction in EWM, and that is being run based on a particular set of master data that we need to set. Now in order to understand all these things, we will jump into the system step by step. But before that, just from an understanding perspective, till now, is it clear for everyone, even for the people who are new to EWM? Are you guys able to at least get the gist of it, what we are talking about over here?
There is a VNL rack and separate racks all will be there in the same warehouse.
Sorry, can you repeat what is your question in terms of the racks? Sorry,
See, are you saying VNE racks you told not just now? Space between
yes,
the two racks, right?
yes.
So there will be separate racks. The another names of the racks are will be there, or only VNE racks will be there in any warehouse?
No, it's I just gave you an example,
Mhm.
but it can be any sort of a rack. It's not necessary that it needs to be VNA racks. Okay. VNA
Okay.
rack is just a type of rack that is being used in a warehouse, but it's not necessary for optimum utilization of space and for better classification of materials when you're storing the materials. But it's not necessary that it has to be a VNA rack. It can be a normal rack as well. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So now going back to our slides. Let's see, what do we have? So over here, it's talking about uh, what it is covering. So planning, scheduling, MRP execution, monitoring. So all these things are not happening in EWM, the planning part, the scheduling part. There are, as you guys are aware, there are different planning modules as well, like demand planning and all in APO that we have that we can utilize. So this is not something which is controlled by EWM. Okay, but what is mentioned over here is that yes, it comprises of the end-to-end cycle, right? And then in terms of inventory and cost tracking, so that is again something which is inventory tracking. Yes, you can do it in EWM. The cost tracking purpose, again, it is something that you will be using the generic costing reports that you have from PP and FICO perspective. Okay. So when we talk about, so in this particular slide, it says about staging the raw materials for manufacturing orders. So that is what we were discussing earlier. Now, when we talk about EWM, there are two different types or versions of EWM that we have in the current environment. We have an embedded EWM. Embedded EWM means that in the same S4HANA environment, you will have the ECC part as well, and in the EWM part as well. Okay, so that is called the embedded system, where the user just has to log in into one system, and within one system, the user has access to both EWM as well as ECC. Whereas when we talk about the decentralized versions, so in larger organizations where you have huge volume of transactions, in those kind of scenarios or companies, you will see they will be going for decentralized versions where their ECC and S4 environment will be different. That is a separate system, and the EWM system itself is a separate system. Now, why do large organizations go for that model? The reason behind that is the EWM system controls not only the storage of your materials, but also your goods receipt as well as your goods issue. That means your inbound and outbound activities are also being controlled within EWM. For some XYZ reason, if your ECC system goes for a maintenance or it is down for any XYZ issues or server issues or whatever, you still have your EWM system to go ahead with your day-to-day execution stuff. So therefore, larger organizations with more number of transactions, they prefer their EWM system to be different. So that is called the decentralized approach. Or we have the other approach where we have one single box, which is called the embedded EWM system. Now, this question is for the people who have already worked in EWM. Okay. Now, I mentioned, if you guys remember just now, that the production order or the manufacturing order or the process order will be created in ECC, and then it will be replicated into EWM as a production material request. So the question is, this replication which happens to EWM, how does it get replicated? What is the setting or the config or the master data that triggers this thing? That the moment you create the manufacturing order and you click on stage, it will get replicated to EWM as a production material request. So what is that most important thing that needs to be there in order for this communication to happen? So we are logging into the SAP system right now. So this system that we'll be using is an embedded system. Now remember, the setting that I'll be showing you is the same setting that you need to perform for both decentralized as well as embedded system. Okay. So we go, there's something in EWM which is called the distribution model. Okay. So to go and maintain the distribution model, I'll explain to you the logic, why we need it, what is maintained within it. It is a bit of a technical part as well, but you will understand. No issue about it. Okay. So within the distribution model in EWM, so there are different BAPIs. Okay, so what is a BAPI? BAPIs are standard business application programming interfaces, programs which consist of function modules which help to create the documents in EWM, which help to do the postings from EWM to ECC, which help to update the documents from EWM to ECC. So these are the three different functionalities. Number one is creation and replication of the document. Number 2 is the goods receipt and goods receipt. That means the goods movement messages that needs to be sent back, because these two things will be triggered whenever you are using EWM, whether it is decentralized, whether it is embedded. The goods movement messages will always be triggered first and posted in EWM, and then it will be posted back into ECC. It's not going to be the other way around. Remember that. So for that also you require a standard programming interface which will be triggered, and that gets triggered through something called as PPF, post-processing framework. I will explain those things as well later on to you guys. Okay. And then any updates in the delivery, you're making change of quantities in the delivery, you're reducing the inbound delivery quantity. So that particular thing should also get updated in your ECC delivery as well, right? So that thing also is controlled from the business application programming interface or the standard BAPIs. Last but not the least, your manufacturing order creation, your PMR. So that is the last one if you see over here. So this is something which needs to be maintained. Otherwise, no matter whatever configuration, whatever master data you are maintaining, it's not going to work. Okay. So within this, if you see the receiver determination criteria, there are filter groups, and there you will see the ECC warehouse number over here. Okay, so these are the ECC warehouse numbers for which currently we have this particular manufacturing order stage EWM parts BAPI getting activated. Okay, so in order to maintain that, in order to maintain this distribution system, do we do it one by one, all these BAPI assignments? No. So whenever we are setting up the distribution model is only created once. Remember that. The distribution model in every client, that means in the development system, in the quality system, in the pre-production environment, if it is there, in the production environment. So in all these different clients, you will be creating the distribution model only once. For your warehouse, you need to generate the distribution model. So there are two different things. There is the creation of the distribution model, and then there is the generation of the distribution model. So this particular screen, this particular transaction, please note it down, BD64. It will not be mentioned, I think, in your slide. In the slides that will be there. So please note down this transaction, BD64. And this is where you also need to maintain the different BAPIs. Okay. So this model is already created. We are not going to create a model, but in order to create a new model, say, for example, you getting a fresh system, that is quite possible when you're working on your different projects. So you need to click on. So whenever this transaction opens, remember, it's always in the display mode. There's no separate transaction for this, like a delivery or a sales order for change and for display and for creation, like that. So it's just one transaction. You click on this edit icon over here. And from here, you can create your own model view. Okay. And once you create your model view, you can keep adding these different BAPIs and the message types. So once you add the BAPIs and the message types, your distribution model is created. Okay. So it will look something like this. So once the model is created, what you need to do is go to the transaction. Please note this down as well, /OSPE/OL19. Now, this particular transaction is also a part of your EWM configuration. But remember, knowing the transaction will help you in doing these things very fast. Okay. So /O/SP/OL19. Please note it down. So if you go over here, so you will see this is the generation of the distribution model from SAP ERP to SAP EWM. Okay. Now over here, you would see that I will maintain the warehouse number, the logical system of SAP EWM. What does logical system mean? Now the communication between EWM and ECC, when we talk about the document creations, that means manufacturing order, outbound delivery, inbound delivery, all these three documents, the communication, the update of these documents, the creation of these documents, the communication happens through RFCs. Okay. So the RFC, what is the full form of RFC? Remote function call. Right. So it gets, the communication happens through RFCs, and for RFC communication to happen, you need two logical systems. So even though we are using an embedded EWM environment, remember that the logical system needs to be created for the EWM system separately. That means from a user login perspective, you are just logging into one system, but from a transactional perspective, we are still talking about two logical systems and communication of two logical systems with each other. But does RFCs control every communication in EWM? The answer is no. It is just the transactional communication which happens through RFCs. When you talk about different document like a shipment, the shipment communication in ECC which gets generated and which gets communicated to EWM, that happens through ALE or iDocs. Okay. The communication between third-party interface systems can happen through iDocs, can happen through different web interfaces, can happen through middleware interfaces, and then they can happen through standard SAP interfaces, defined interfaces as well, like with the ASRS systems. Or from an MFS system, we can use telegrams as well. Okay. So we've got all these different options, but generally, if you see from a transactional perspective, it will always be RFCs till now, what we are using in EWM. So in order for these RFCs to work, as I mentioned, that there should be two logical systems. Now I will show you the table. You can note it down if you are aware, well and good. So the table is TBD06. Okay, so 171 is, so in this object value field, I'm entering a warehouse number. So over here, you can see for this particular warehouse, this is an ECC warehouse number 171. Okay, and you can see the receiving system, the EWM logical system is this one, S4H EWM 100, and the sending system, the S4 system is S4H CLNT 100. So there are two different logical systems which have been defined, and when you are generating the distribution model, you need to mention for your warehouse number the warehouse ECC warehouse number. Why I'm mentioning the ECC warehouse number, because your ECC warehouse number and your EWM warehouse numbers, although it's the same warehouse, it will be different. Remember that. Okay. So the ECC warehouse number will always be a 3-character warehouse number, wherein your EWM warehouse number will be a 4-character warehouse number. So say for example, if my ECC warehouse number is 171, my EWM warehouse number would be R171. Okay. Now for this particular warehouse that we have taken an example 171, if I open another table, I can see that assignment. What is the ECC warehouse number assignment to the EWM warehouse? So the table is T340D. If you're using a decentralized environment, even there, this table can refer to in terms of that assignment mapping. But remember, this will be in the ECC side or the S4 side. It will not be in the EWM side. It will be there in the EWM side, but the naming convention of the table will change. In EWM, this table is SC/SCWM. SCWM means Supply Chain Warehouse Management /T340D. Okay. So I push in 171. Now I click on a vertical view. Let me just scroll down and you can see the LG-num. So LG-num is warehouse number, WME, warehouse management system, is 1710. That means this is your warehouse number for your EWM warehouse number. So this is a mapping that we need to do. So for people who are new to EWM, what we will do is towards the second half of session, we'll quickly try to create a warehouse, and I will show to you all these different mappings. Okay, I'll try to create it quickly so that we can utilize the time and you will understand the connections, how it works. Okay. So you see over here now, this particular ECC warehouse number is 171, and for 171, the distribution model is generated. So this distribution model for this particular warehouse is already created. So I'm not going to do any changes. So what I will do, I'll check the entries for here. Instead of creation of entries, I'll check the entries. So what is the logical system of SAP EWM? So it already, the table is open. So we'll just take this value over here. As for HEW100, and then distribution model view. This is the distribution model. Okay. So objects you can select for inbound delivery, outbound delivery, PMR, which is the production material request, or for everything. So I select all, and the action is check entries, because already for this particular warehouse, the entries are already created. I'll just click on execute, and it says data correct for warehouse number 171. So later on, you'll see when I create a new warehouse, then it will ask me to select an entry. When I click on create entries, a pop-up message will come in where it will show all the different BAPIs which are there. Now those BAPIs are being pushed in by the system based on the BAPI assignment that I do over here when I'm creating the distribution model. Okay, so as I told you, when you create the distribution model, you need to add these different BAPIs and the message types. Is this part clear for everyone? Ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, perfect. Any questions till now?
This is mapping wise, it will come, na distribution model. Hello.
Yeah. What do you mean mapping wise?
See, you are saying here we need to map from the distribution model for this PMR and these links.
I didn't understand. I didn't get your question. Sorry.
So I'm not understand this with what you explained here.
Okay, so for the production order which gets created in ECC, in order for it to be created as a production material request in EWM, so this BAPI needs to be assigned for your warehouse number. Okay. So if it is not assigned or if you're not generating your distribution model for your warehouse number for production material request, so if you saw this particular transaction, there is this option of production material request. Yeah. So whenever you're generating a distribution model for a new warehouse, we'll always, because this is a one-time activity. It is not every time you need to do it. It's just a single one-time activity when you're setting up your warehouse for the first time. So if that warehouse has a manufacturing scenario, because all warehouses, remember, are not related to manufacturing plants. Some warehouses are just distribution centers. Okay. So for warehouses which are related to manufacturing plants as well, so we'll select this all button and we'll click on create entries and then execute. So once we do that, then this particular BAPI which is there, manufacturing order, it will have in the receiver criteria that new warehouse number will also come in, will also populate over here. Okay. So if you don't have the warehouse, if your warehouse is not, you're not generating the distribution model for the manufacturing order stage parts, in this case, if you're not selecting this option, you're not selecting all, then the PMR will not get generated. No matter whatever, even if you do all your configs, all your master data maintenance. So that is what I was trying to show over here. Is it clear?
Okay, it's clear.
Okay.
And also you given two tables, as TBD06, T34D.
Yes.
Yes. What is the difference between these two tables? What I understand from this, one is for EWM side, one is the EC side, or how it will be?
No. So this table is basically the entries which you see in this particular view over here. Okay. So this table has got all the data which is there, which is being maintained for this particular view. Okay. And so whenever you are setting up a distribution model for your warehouse, so you will have the different, you can see the method which is here over here. These are the different methods against which your warehouse number is assigned to. Okay. So that is what I was trying to show to you. So this is one table, and the other table is basically your ECC, because whenever you are generating the distribution model, you are generating it against your ECC warehouse number. So the ECC warehouse number and the EWM warehouse number is different, although it's for the same warehouse number. In ECC, the warehouse number is 3 characters. In EWM, the warehouse number is 4 characters.
Okay.
Okay. So that's what in the table T340D, you can see the assignment. What is your EWM warehouse number over here? Okay. Okay. I think it is clear now. So we'll move forward. So production, in this particular slide, it talks about production planning. I'm pretty much sure that you guys are familiar with all these things, what it does, production scheduling, MRP, and capacity planning. Now, from this slide onwards, it talks about integration of production planning with EWM. So what it's saying is that it combines PP, MM, and EWM modules. So at the end of the day, the whole objective of production planning with EWM, what are the key things that we are performing in EWM, and what are the things that you guys used to do before the integration with EWM? So if we go back to this diagram, so you see over here, once the material is being staged to the production supply area, so those components will be consumed to manufacture the finished product. So once we have the finished products and we are receiving the finished products, that means we are again doing a goods receipt of the finished products. We will be storing it somewhere in our warehouse again, once the finished products are done. So the goods receiving of the finished products, the consumption of the components to create the finished products. So all these different activities earlier used to happen when EWM was not there, when only the production planning module was there. It used to, and this entire list of activities used to happen in ECC. There was nothing from coming in from EWM or from a different environment. But now, with the advent of EWM, we have these activities. That means the consumption of your components, the staging of your components to the production supply area. That earlier also used to happen if you were using WM. Okay, the staging part was still there. Consumption part, the staging part, and the receiving of the finished goods, all these 3 different activities we are now performing in EWM. So that is what is at an outset advanced production integration. Now, advanced production integration also means the creation of the PMR, and when we are doing staging, automatically the system determines how much material I need to send to the production supply area. Okay. So in order to understand all those things, we will go through step by step the different configurations and the master data that are required in order to set these things up. Okay. Let us go back to the slides. So in this particular slide, it's talking about integrations of MFS, ASRS, AGVs. If we are using MFS, ASRS, and AGVs, yes, these are modern technologies. MFS is actually a part of EWM. MFS is basically something that we use if we want to control an automated warehouse setup, the robotic arms, the picking arms, the put-away arms, and all those things. Okay. If EWM wants to control that, then we will be using MFS. So those robotic arms and those automatic conveyor belts, the identification points. So we will be calling them programmable logical controllers, or PLCs. And we can define in EWM in such a way that we can control those things using EWM. But does it mean that we will be using advanced production integration? The answer is no. If we have ASRS and EWM, does it mean that we need to use advanced production integration? Again, the answer is no. If we have AGVs, do we need to use advanced production integration? No. It's not like that. But over here in this slide, what it is talking about is that there are new technologies which have come in. MFS is a part of EWM. Okay. ASRS and AGVs, yes. So ASRS means Automated Storage and Retrieval System. That is the full form of ASRS. Automated Storage and Retrieval System, and AGV stands for Automated Guided Vehicles. So automated guided vehicles, they look like big dumb robots on wheels. If you have seen, I'll show you guys. I'll try to pick up some videos from the internet and I'll show you all these things. So automated guided vehicles will be like basically scanning the pallets, picking up the pallets, putting away the pallets, or you've got small robots working across the warehouse, and then you have ASRS systems where everything, the big arms come in, pick up the pallet, push it in, big arms come in, pick it out, robotic arms. So it's like that. I would recommend you guys, because I am a big fan of Tesla. Please, if you guys get some time, please watch Tesla's. They have their own channel on YouTube. Tesla's manufacturing facility in Germany, I guess, their automatic manufacturing facility. They show the entire end-to-end process, how they're using robotics over there. The only manual involvement is, I would say, not even 10% towards the end of the entire vehicle manufacturing process. Just see how automated it is, how they're utilizing robotics, if you guys want to understand where we are going ahead in terms of the future. Okay. But when we talk about EWM integration with PP, yes, we can do that, but it is not compulsory. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. EWM integration from a PP perspective, like we can also use it in repetitive manufacturing industries like automobile. Okay. So when you guys must have also heard about Kanban systems and all those things. So these are basically generally utilized in repetitive manufacturing processes and being utilized in companies where we have also using just in time. Okay. So wherein the production process is it's running in a continuous cycle, and you need to keep pushing in components, cycle after cycle. It is not, it doesn't stop anywhere. Okay. So it keeps on going in and in and in, and you keep producing. So that is how it works. So those are called your repetitive manufacturing, just in time Kanban. So all these different processes, also there are certain different settings required in this from a system perspective if you want to control it in EWM, and the way it is being executed is also different. So that is also what we will check in our sessions when we are covering those topics. Okay. Moving on to the next one. So this is basically the same thing that is being shown over here, which I was drawing in my Excel worksheet. So the production staging. So you can see the warehouse operator is trying to pick up the pallets and push it over here. From here, the consumption posting is happening. And then the consumption posting is happening, and the production lines, goods received from production, is happening. And again, the operator is storing away the materials back into the warehouse. Okay, so this is something which we have already discussed. So now this is again talking about your delivery-based production integration. So when we talk about delivery-based production integration, so instead of when we are using delivery-based production integration, what happens is that there is, instead of a production material request or a PMR, an outbound delivery gets created, and against the outbound delivery we do picking and then the consumption, the goods issue. But that particular method of delivery-based production integration approach in EWM is not a part of advanced production integration. It is not. So when we talk about that approach, that is more of a traditional approach. We will see that approach as well, but that is more of an approach which is used when we don't have, when we don't want to plan the goods in terms of product groups, material groups, and we are just creating simply outbound deliveries, and we are just creating warehouse tasks and doing the consumption against those outbound deliveries. So it's a much more simpler option, but that is not a part of your advanced production integration. Okay. So this is what this particular slide talks about. So now, in terms of production integration with SAP EWM, the supported processes are mentioned, and there is a comparative analysis which is done between delivery-based production integration and advanced production integration. So over here, if you see, when triggered by staging, SAP ERP or SAP S4HANA creates an outbound delivery and sends it to EWM where the materials are further picked. SAP EWM creates a PMR in the advanced production integration based on the staging trigger and a message received from ERP or SAP S4HANA. Staging plan, warehouse tasks for outbound delivery orders and posting change in SAP EWM for ERP or S4HANA. Create warehouse tasks directly from the staging screen in production or schedule creation using the schedule for production. Now, when we are running it in the system, you will understand the difference more because since majority of you guys are new to EWM, when we talk about these jargons like warehouse task, warehouse orders, it will be a bit confusing for you guys. But in general, let me try to explain to you what is a warehouse task. So a warehouse task basically is an order for the resource which will comprise of the details of what the resource needs to pick up or put away. That means the material information will be there, the batch information will be there, the quantity will be there, how much quantity the resource needs to pick up or put away. The source bin will be there, which particular bin location the material is right now. The destination bin location would be there. Okay. The pallet number also will be there sometimes. The pallet number you need to scan also sometimes. So it depends. So these are the information which will be provided to the resource. Based on this information, the resource will reach the source bin, scan the pallet, scan the box or carton, whatever, pick up the pallet and go to the next area. Okay. So the warehouse task comprises of all these information which are being shared with the resource based on which the resource in a warehouse can work. The resource can be a human resource, the resource can be a robot or whatever. Okay. So that is what a warehouse task is. Even for now, from a advanced production integration perspective, we will have warehouse tasks getting triggered in various stages. Like again, if we go back to our diagram, so we will have a warehouse task to do the unloading of the truck to the goods receipt zone. We'll have warehouse task to move the items from the goods receipt zone to the racks. And again, have a warehouse task to move the items from the racks to the production supply area. And once it is consumed, although it is not a task as in a task, but the system will still generate a warehouse task because it is also a document in order for us to document the goods issue message in the system. So every time we are consuming, there is a goods issue which is getting triggered, right? So the goods issue or the deduction of materials which is happening, that needs to be recorded, and that in EWM, from EWM perspective, it is recorded in one warehouse task. And that particular consumption is also posted into ECC because your production order or your manufacturing order gets created in ECC first. And once it comes in, once the goods issue or the consumption happens in EWM, the message comes back into ECC and updates the production order in ECC. So once all the materials are completed, then you have something called as technical completion or technically completed. So that same thing gets updated in EWM, it gets updated in ECC as well, in the production order or the manufacturing order. Okay. So warehouse task from an EWM perspective will be created in each and every activity, in each and every step that is being performed within the warehouse. Okay. Even for goods receipt, a warehouse task is created. So finally, when the finished product will be manufactured and it will be, the goods receipt will happen at the end of the manufacturing line. At that point in time also, a goods receipt warehouse task will get generated in the system in EWM, and then the GR posting will happen back into ECC, into the production order. Okay. Now for you guys, maybe it might sound a bit confusing happening in EWM going back, but once I show it to you in the system, it will be much more easier, believe me. Okay. Now, in terms of advanced production integration, also, when do we use it is what is mentioned over here in this slide. Is when they're talking about space limitation. And it's not only about space limitation, that is one of the points. But apart from that, also one important factor is that when we are specifying production supply areas, there are two different kinds of production staging that can happen. Okay, so one is cross order staging, and the other is single order staging. So one is cross order staging, the other one is single order staging. Can any one of you give me an example or tell me the difference that you guys think is between these two types of production order staging, cross order staging and single order staging?
Cross order staging can be used for different production orders. Maybe it is in same supply area or in different supply area.
Okay.
But single staging materials can be used only for a single production order. After the production order is completed, if the leftover products needs to be staging towards the EWM, they can't be used in the another production order.
So what happens if they? You're saying they cannot be used? Okay. Yes, you're again 95% there. They can be used, but they have to be released. They don't have to be sent back into the warehouse racks. They can be released from the production order, the existing production order. Can you give me an example for everyone's understanding between both like scenarios for cross order and single order staging?
If a supply area having two production orders, but two production orders having a common material of component, let's say A. This component is staged for the first production order. For example, the first production order is having a requirement quantity of 100, but we have supplied 200 quantities. So for the first production order, we have utilized 100 pieces, but still we have 100 more pieces in the supply area. And the same product can be, same 100 pieces can be used for the second production.
Correct. Let's take an example of mobile phones manufacturing. Okay. So when mobile phones are being manufactured, say for example, an iPhone. So an iPhone we can get iPhones in different colors, right? So the powder, the color that you see on an iPhone on the back is not a standard paint. It's called a powdered coating. There's a particular powder coating which is being used on those phones. So say for example, I'm manufacturing black color Apple iPhone 16. So what now in its final stage, after the phone is assembled, the final stage will be the spraying of the color. Okay, whether it is manually, whether it is automatic, I don't know what is the process inside an Apple manufacturing plant, but I'm just assuming the final stage of the product will be where we'll be spraying that powder coating. Now that particular spray, now if I'm manufacturing a black colored phone, so what I will do is I will, from my rack in the warehouse, maybe I will take a 5 kilogram drum of the powdered coating and I'll keep it in the production supply area. So obviously I will not be spraying 5 kilogram, the entire unit of the 5 kilogram in one phone. I'll be using it in multiple phones. Okay. So maybe the 5 kilogram of powdered coating, I can use it on 500 phones, say for example, and my one manufacturing order is 100 phones. So that means I can use it in 5 manufacturing order, one whole drum of powdered coating. Now, this particular process is called cross-order staging. That means the same pallet I can utilize in multiple or same pallet or packaging unit. In this case, it's a drum. I can utilize in multiple production orders. That is what Manoj was saying. Okay, so this is called cross-order staging. Now, if we talk about single order staging. Now, in single order staging, suppose now for generally what happens is that, as I mentioned, in suppose again let's take an example of Tesla. So when we are manufacturing Tesla Model Y, if it's a dual motor, or it's a single motor, that one motor is in one packaging unit, I will only be utilizing that particular packaging unit for one vehicle. So if one, and generally one vehicle will be one manufacturing order. So I will be only utilizing that particular packaging unit in that particular vehicle to manufacture that vehicle, and that is single order staging. I will not be able to break the motor into two and then use the second half of the motor in another vehicle, right? So it is the whole piece, the whole packaging unit, I'll be utilizing it in one manufacturing order or in order to manufacture one vehicle. So that is an example of single order staging. So is it clear for everyone between what is the difference between cross order staging and single order?
Yes.
Okay, so moving ahead now.
In this slide, you just go back
Sure.
here. You mentioned advanced production integration. There is no repetitive manufacturing.
Within advanced production integration, no repetitive manufacturing, but the process is different. It's called JIT,
JIT.
just in time and Kanban. So that is, we have EWM. So in your course curriculum, it is included, but it's not a part of advanced production integration. But it will be covered in your course curriculum, these two aspects as well, Kanban and repetitive manufacturing, because the setup is different, the execution process is different in both the cases.
Okay.
Delivery based production integration, again, you can see there are more differences in terms of stock reservation. So this is something which you'll be able to understand further all these differences as and when we are doing the actual physical transactions in the system. So I think that will be better rather than just because if you just read this, this is not just theory. You do the practical first and then you read the slides. You will understand it in a glance immediately. But everything is documented over here. You can check it out. Okay. So there are a lot of things which are mentioned over here: step-by-step stock reservation, adjust quantity and reschedule, staging document in SAP EWM. What are the different documents which are generated in terms of delivery based, in terms of advanced production integration, staging methods which are being mentioned over here: pick parts, release order parts, create parts, single order staging, cross order staging, create part. It's not create part replenishment. It's create part, CRATE. Okay, I will ask the team to do these changes. Don't worry. So they will change it. This is a typo error. It's not create part replenishment. It's called create part replenishment. Okay. And there is also a method where there is no staging required, but that is not something that is just from a cost center consumption perspective. There's nothing to do with actual staging of materials. Okay. So now when we talk about like the consumption postings as well, you can see there is a difference. Consumption posting in ERP using transaction in consumption posting delivery. So when you create an outbound delivery, it will not be through this. It will be through the goods issue of the outbound delivery. The consumption posting in SAP EWM, consumption posting using transaction RFUI or NWBC. So NWBC is basically your NetWeaver through which we can also do the consumption postings. Okay. So for consumption posting, let me quickly show you. Have you guys used NetWeaver ahead? I mean, previous to this, have you guys ever got a chance to use NetWeaver?
No.
So let's see if the profile is set or not. So you can see over here, this is how the NetWeaver screen looks like. Okay, so let me just. I will have to set up the display of this particular screen. But it's a bit similar to your Fiori interface. Let me open up the Fiori interface as well. So I hope all of you guys are familiar with the Fiori Launchpad transaction code /n/UI2/FLP. If not, kindly note it down. So it's taking a bit of a time. I'll set up the menu and the catalog. Okay. Okay, so what I will do is I will just set up the settings of the Fiori system, and I will also create a catalog so that the moment you guys log in, you will be able to see on the home page all the relevant applications for PP and EWM specific. Okay, so you'll have the stage transaction, the consumption transaction, the stage application, the consumption application. All those I will set it up in your Fiori landing homepage. So the moment you land in, you'll be able to see that. Because right now, if I click over here, there is, let me just see, yes, there's nothing for EWM, or whatever is there is for internal sales, inventory management, and document management. There will be a folder over here which will show extended warehouse management. So if you click on that, you will be able to see all your, or within the my home itself, you will be able to see all the EWM specific transactions, the Fiori applications. Okay, so I will not spend time in doing that right now. Okay, so the production supply area. So the production supply area, we've already discussed what exactly it is. So the production supply area is a place which will be generally near to the manufacturing lines, and that is where we will be putting all the components, all the raw materials which are required in order to produce a finished material or even a semi-finished good. Because there are scenarios where there will be semi-finished. I was uh, once involved in a project where we had done implementation for a automobile spare parts manufacturing client, and over there the product that they were manufacturing had to go through two rounds of manufacturing before the final finished product will be goods receipted. So first they will create that, and then it will be transferred to the the semi-finished good will be prepared, and then it will be added to the then that particular item will be added onto the it will be stored in the warehouse racks, and then again it will be picked up and pushed into the production supply area. So there are two different production supply areas which were there. One is for creation of the semi-finished products, and one is for the final finished products. So once the semi-finished products are pushed into the warehouse racks, again there will be another set of staging warehouse tasks which will be created to pick up the semi-finished products and put it back to the production supply area for the final manufacturing items. So that is also something that was done. Okay, so whenever we are talking about the production supply area, so it's not only about the finished products, it's also about semi-finished products. Now a control cycle is something again which is there from a ECC perspective, which is used in production planning. So I don't think I need to explain to you guys what role does a control cycle play. But yes, it from a EWM from a staging perspective, from a configuration perspective, we will have one step where we are also setting up the control cycle. So I will show it to you once we are doing the configuration in the system step by step, the ECC part and then the EWM part as well. So both the things we will be covering in terms of the advanced production integration as well as the normal configuration that is required only from a creation of an outbound delivery perspective. Now, when it comes to consolidated staging. So consolidated staging is something which is required when you are picking up items from different racks in the warehouse. But from a consumption perspective, you will be creating a full pallet at the production supply area so that that pallet will be picked up for the final consumption. Okay. But the raw materials maybe are stored in different parts of the warehouse. You'll be picking up those raw materials. And then finally, at the production supply area, you will be doing the consolidation. So now in terms of where the materials are being stored, that is something which is again being controlled in the EWM side. You will be having different, based on the different types of products, you'll be storing those products separately in separate racks. Now, certain products might have certain specific storage conditions as well. Based on that, you will have specific areas in the warehouse. Say, for example, there are certain components which need to be kept in specific temperatures, whether it is ambient temperatures, whether it is frozen temperatures, or whatever. So you will be having specific storage conditions. Based on that, you will be setting up a particular section in your warehouse, and the system will automatically, once the product comes in, the system will be automatically pushing it to that particular section in the warehouse. So from an EWM perspective, when we are defining the place where the materials are stored, from a finished product perspective or from a raw materials perspective, the control that is being done is on the configuration level and also at the master data level. Okay, so let us quickly check that. So as I mentioned to you at the very beginning, whenever we are setting up a warehouse, the entire warehouse layout is distributed into storage types and storage bins. So when we are receiving the material as well, so within that particular area is in layman's language called a staging area. So that particular area would also be defined as a storage type and a storage bin. Okay. Now let's take an example. So for people who are new to EWM, just let me show this. Let's go back one step. So we have to go to SCM, Extended Warehouse Management. So Extended Warehouse Management, and over here, master data, define storage types. Okay. So if I go in over here, and the warehouse number, I will just use maybe 1710. Okay. So over here, we will have all the different storage types which are maintained for this particular warehouse. Now, all these different storage types are nothing but all the different areas which are set up in the system. Okay. So you see, for doors also, I have a storage type. For outbound staging area, goods receipt in production, I have a storage type. For inbound staging area, block stock. So we've got different storage types for different areas within the warehouse. Now, within the storage types, I will be defining the different storage bins. So when I'm creating a storage bin, the mandatory part is the warehouse number and the storage type. And I can create a storage bin within that particular storage type. Now, if we see over here for Y915, which is the goods receipt in production, so this particular storage type will have multiple bins assigned within it. So if I want to check that, I'll just quickly open the bin master table. So whenever you want to go into the bins, I would recommend just use this table. So it is /SCWM/LAGP. You can note it down. And this is 1710. And over here, what I will do is Okay. Y915. Okay, so we've just got one storage bin which is defined under GR prod. Let me just see one thing. So this particular storage bin that we see, this would basically be the storage bin just next to the manufacturing line, end of manufacturing line, where the finished product is coming, and we are doing the goods receipt of the finished product at this particular place. Okay, so this technical term LGPLA means storage bin. Let me just change it so that you guys would understand, especially people who are not from EWM background. Okay, so this is warehouse, this is the storage bin, this is the storage type, this is the storage section. Now within a warehouse, as I mentioned, I can store my materials into based on different classifications. So say for example, I'm manufacturing a mobile phone. When I'm manufacturing a mobile phone, when I'll be selling it to the customer, I'll not be just selling the phone, I'll be selling it in a box, and the box would comprise of a USB cable. Nowadays, earlier used to come with the whole charging unit, it's just the cable nowadays, and maybe a user manual and some added accessories if it is there, right? So that is comprised in a complete box. So all these different materials like the cable, the phone itself, and these things might not be stored together in one kit. Maybe that is being produced when the final finished product is being created. But the cable and the other accessories, these are products which I might not be producing myself. I might be procuring it from outside. So that means I'll be storing it in some or the other box or in one particular part in the warehouse, right? So I will be classifying a particular rack only for cables. For different types of cables, there are different kinds of phone. So I will be, and different cables have got from a mobile industry, they have got different charging capacities. So based on that, I'll be setting it up. I can set it up as per storage sections as well. So in EWM, we've got this flexibility to further classify it in as per different sections. Now, sections I can define as per the way I've given an example based on the different types of accessories, or I can also, now if I want to when I'm in the manufacturing sector, if I want to group products, that these are for, say for example, for a company like Samsung, who which is manufacturing not only mobile phones, but they are also manufacturing air conditioners, washing machines. So it's pretty big, right? So it's a very diversified. If you imagine a Samsung warehouse or a manufacturing plant, how will be their storages? So they will definitely be storing their products as per the different divisions of products that they have, right? So for phones and mobiles, it will be different. And within that itself, again, there will be further sub-classification based on the types of phones that are there. For example, the Samsung Z Fold or the Z Fold phone, they might keep it separately. Then again, for the rest of their phones, they might keep it separately. So like this, you can do further classification subdivisions within the system as well, so that it's easier to track and trace. So in EWM, you have all these features based on which you can do your setup. The storage type, the storage section is a configuration. Remember that. Bin creation is a master data. The storage type and the storage section is a configuration which you need to do within the SPRO configuration. So over here, when I go inside, suppose, so this is defined storage type within SPRO. And over here within storage type, you have goods receipt in production, storage type role. So within storage type role, you have all the different types of storage types. Okay, so you can see identification point, pick point, staging area group, work center, doors, yard, production supply. So you see over here, this has been kept as I. So, but where we have storage types which are defined for production supply areas, so that will be defined as a storage type with a K. Okay. So that is basically where I'm just classifying that this particular storage type is a production supply area storage type, and it will be used only for production supply area perspective. Now, if you see this particular storage type, the storage type rule is K, which is a production supply area. Okay, and if you don't have anything when you are defining a particular production supply area, and you're defining the storage type, if you're not selecting the correct role, then the consequent or the subsequent functions in EWM will not work correctly. Say, for example, when you want to run the stage transaction for that particular production supply area, it will not work. Okay. So therefore, whenever you're creating the storage type, make sure that the storage type role is created correctly. Okay. For production supply areas, always remember it should be the storage type role K. The rest of the controls. So the storage type comprises of three controls: the generic controls, the put away controls, and the stock removal controls. So when we talk about the generic controls, you can control over here whether there are different controls, but from our perspective, some of the important types are the storage type role, as I mentioned earlier, the storage behavior. Storage behavior should be standard when it comes to production supply areas, but storage behavior also comprise of your other areas, like when you're receiving the components, what kind of a storage you're putting it in, whether it is pallet storage, whether it is bulk storage, because for certain finished products, the component might, when you're receiving it, it might be in a bigger quantity. The pallet size might be bigger and you cannot keep it on racks. That means the storage has to be in a bulk manner, or in a bulk storage you need to store it. So therefore, when you click on storage behavior over here, you will see standard, pallet, bulk, and flexible. We'll not go deep into all these different storage behaviors because that is not a part of your training curriculum. But just to give you an overview and an idea, bulk storage, pallet storage, these are different. Flexible storage is a new storage which has come in embedded EWM. You will not find it in decentralized EWM. In the embedded version of EWM, you have got this flexible storage as well, which is a combination of both pallet and bulk. So there are different subsequent controls in the configuration side that we do for these storage behaviors to work. From a production supply perspective, remember, this can be kept blank. You are not using any of those controls through here. But this is in terms of your production supply area. But for the components, as I mentioned, if you want to keep them in through a bulk control, if you want to keep them under pallet control, you can do that. Okay. So once your storage type is defined, and within over here you have the put away controls as well. So the put away control is basically how you want to what are the different controls based on which you can store your materials in the final put away area. So if you see over here, put away rules. So put away rules over here is addition to existing stock or empty bin, consolidation group, general storage area, empty bin, or transit warehouse. Now these are different scenarios. So in a warehouse where I have got ample amount of space, ample amount of like storage, then I will always choose the option number 5, which is empty bin. So what I want that the system, whenever it is trying to do a put away, it will always try to search for a empty bin. So what is set over here for this particular entry is general storage area. But I can also, if I in my production supply area also, if it is very well organized, and I always want, whenever the operator is picking up the pallet from the source location to the production supply area, that person should always put it into an empty bin or next to an existing stock where that particular item is already there. Then I can also choose the option number 2 for put away rules. Okay. So these are some of the things that I can maintain over here. Apart from that, there is mixed storage in HU, how the warehouse task is created. So in this particular control, warehouse task generic, this determines that when the system is determining which particular storage bin that it needs to be put away, or because the system determines it automatically, is it determining the actual bin? Is it determining just the storage type, or is it determining the storage type and the storage section? What it means is that when I'm setting up the putaway in the system, so the putaway basically means what? That in this particular area, this PSA, this can be bin number 1, this can be bin number 2, bin number 3, bin number 4. Okay, so like this, let's assume that all these are bins, different bins. So if I want the operator to pick up the material and push it in bin number 1, and I want the system to automatically determine that it should go to bin number 1, then I will keep this as blank, WT generic. But if I want the system to only choose the storage type, that means it will only tell the operator that you go to PSA 1. So after the operator reaches here, the operator will see which bin is empty and then decide where to put away the product. So then I will choose the option number 2. If I want the operator, if I want the system to decide the storage type and the storage section as well. Now this bin number 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 can be under one section, and this one, 6, 8, and 10 can be under one section. Okay, so if I want the system to determine not only the storage type PSA1 but also to determine the storage section within this, that means tell the operator to you go and only choose any bin out of 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10, not go and look into 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. So that is also something which I can control over here. Okay, apart from that, there are multiple controls. I would request, if you guys get time, just go through this config node over here, and you can, but based on the current scenarios that we will be looking into, this is more than enough for you guys. If you want to learn EWM like completely, then we will have to cover each and every field. Otherwise, if we are doing that, then we'll be able to not cover the entire curriculum. But I'll try to cover as much as possible from your understanding perspective. Okay. Then in terms of stock removal control, this is something again we can control in terms of how the materials are being picked, not the sequence. Remember, so that is a completely different configuration. We will go into it, but this is just some generic basic controls that we have put in, or which we can update against our particular storage type. And that is not only for our production planning area, the production supply area, but it is for the entire warehouse. So as I mentioned, the entire warehouse will be covered in different storage types and different storage sections. Okay. Now moving ahead. So once you define storage types, you can also define storage sections. So remember, storage sections will be always defined within a storage type. Okay. So it is not an independent configuration. It's like storage location. The way storage location is defined within a plant, similarly, a storage section is always defined within a storage type. But the storage location is not in ECC is not equal to the storage section in EWM. Remember that. In EWM, we do not use storage location directly. There is an indirect way of using storage location. I will come to that when we are doing the configurations. Okay. So after this, if we go to the goods receipt process over here in this configuration, then we can go inside the strategies. And over here, the first thing that we need to understand is the storage type search. So when we come to storage type search sequence, so over here, one important thing is what can we establish from here? So what we can establish from here is, say for example, this is one particular, and then this is another. Okay, so let's say PSA2. Let's assume that this is a storage type. The technical name of storage type is LGTYP, LGTYP. Okay, so this is another storage type. Now, when the warehouse task is getting created for the resource, so I want the resource to first go into this, and then if he doesn't find any space, go into this. Okay, so is that possible for me to design it? Yes, it is possible. Again, even before that, if now this is, let's assume this is A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Similarly, if like for when we are procuring the material, so we've got, let's assume that these racks, and these are like three different storage types: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and I, J, K, L. Okay. Now we want the system to determine, so whenever the goods are coming in, we want to determine based on the way we want to place the items within the racks, that it should go first into ABCD, or first into EFGH, or first into IJKL. Okay. Now it will layout. It will depend on how fast the goods move out, and there are a lot of other different reasons and strategies based on which we will be keeping the material, storing the material within the warehouse. Okay. So the basic setup. So there are a lot of different ways to set it up, but we'll go through the basic setup first, just to understand. So we go inside goods receipt process. Within strategies, you will find the place where we will be defining the storage type search sequence. Again, as I mentioned, the storage type is a configuration, storage section is a configuration. Okay. So when we go inside this storage type search sequence for putaway, so we will first define the storage type search sequence. So within this sequence, we will have the different storage types. Now let's say for these three storage types, I have a sequence which is ABC1, say for example. Okay. So within the storage type search sequence, I define that as the sequence, and then within the search sequence, I will be defining the storage types within it. So if I go inside this, I go into the, so if you see for the same sequence, we've got multiple storage types. So say for example, for ABC1, I will do IJKL first, and then EFGH next, and then ABCD. Okay. So these are the three storage types. So this first what the system is going to try to do is try to search for storage bins in IJKL. Then it will try to search in EFGH, and then into ABCD. Okay. So after that, once that is done, I have to define a put away control indicator. So this put away control indicator is something which I am maintaining at the product level, at the product master level in EWM. So when we talk about EWM, the way you guys have a material master in ECC, similarly in EWM also we have something called as the product master. Okay. So the fields, some of the fields are getting populated from the material master in ECC, and the rest of the fields which are warehouse specific, which are storage specific, that needs to be maintained in EWM. Okay. So this put away control indicator needs to be defined first in the system, and after that this put away control indicator needs to be mapped into the product master in EWM. Definition is a configuration, mapping is a master data. So the EWM product master, the transaction is /n/scwm/mat1. Okay. So always remember why I'm saying /n. So people who are new to EWM, you guys might be wondering, because /n is just to cancel an existing transaction, open a new transaction. But in EWM, you need to always add /n whenever you are trying to run a transaction. Otherwise, it will not work. If you just simply type in /scwm/mat1, it will not work. Okay. So now let me see. Let us take any product which is available. You can note down this table as well. The table for available stock in EWM is called SCWM/SCWM/Aqua. Okay, so you can just push in. You can use this table to find out. I just need to know what material is inside. So I will just take a product. Just enter inside the product master. Okay, so over here, if you go into the warehouse data tab, So I'll just scroll down. So over here, you can see in the putaway section, you have the putaway control indicator. So in session, we'll continue with these things plus the configuration for your advanced production integration. And we will also show you one cycle where we will release the production order. It will be created as a PMR and we'll do the staging and the consumption against the production order in session. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the main advantage of integrating PP with EWM in SAP S 4HANA? Option A, reduced system maintenance costs. Option B, real-time visibility and control of production materials flow. Option C, simplified user interface. Option D, increased system performance speed. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master the art of managing production and warehouses? Our SAP S4 HANA EWM PP integration course is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S4 HANA EWM and PP integration. It's like a powerful toolset for syncing production with efficient warehouse management. Our course covers everything you need, from basic concepts to advanced techniques. It's designed by industry experts who truly know their stuff. Your instructors are experienced pros who've worked with SAP for years. They're here to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Students love how clear and practical this course is. People like you have used it to boost their skills and advance their careers. The best part? It's super affordable. This amazing chance to learn won't cost a fortune. Ready to excel in SAP S4 HANA EWM and PP? Sign up on our page now. And for more details, check out ZaranTech's website.
So we were discussing the basics of SAP EWM and its integration with production planning. From a functionality perspective, we are trying to understand how it works, what are the different stages that is involved in this whole functionality. In session, we will try to understand, we will do a bit of a deep dive into the system. We've got, as we have understood, that we've got people coming in from having EWM experience, and we have got people who do not have EWM experience. So we need to make sure that we are taking forward the sessions in a way that it will be beneficial for both the parties. Okay, because what happens is that this particular topic, advanced production integration, from the name itself, you can understand then it's an advanced topic. So generally people go to advanced topics once you are done with the fundamentals. So we do not have the leverage and the time to cover all the topics in EWM, but I will try to cover as much of the fundamentals as possible, which is associated with this particular topic. Okay. But if you do not understand, especially people who are not from EWM background, wherever you do not understand any particular topic, please ask me the questions. Okay. In session, we have discussed the various processes, right from where the process starts in terms of material requirements, planning for the components when we are planning a manufacturing order. So at that point in time, we need to ensure that the components are there in place so that I can manufacture the finished products. Now for that, I need to either procure or manufacture those components as well. So generally, as I had mentioned, what we see is that the components we will be acquiring from external vendors. And in that process, we will be storing it as well within the warehouse. So in session, we were discussing about the inbound strategies, how in the system we are defining it, that where we will be keeping it within the warehouse, right? So we will continue from that particular point. In terms of the curriculum, so we go inside SAP Extended Warehouse Management, goods receipt process, and then again within the goods receipt process strategies. So we start off with the simple part first for the storage type search, and within the storage type search, we will be discussing how the put away is being determined. Okay, so we had discussed that we need to define a storage type search sequence, and within the storage type search sequence, we will be assigning the different storage types, right? So you can see over here, we have been able to define all these different storage types. So you can see there is a storage type defined for bin determination in narrow aisle, bin determination in mezzanine. Are you guys aware what is a mezzanine concept?
No.
You have been working in different projects, right? So I'm sure you
No,
must have
Ravi.
come across this term. What is mezzanine?
Mhm.
So mezzanine basically is when you have got different floorings within the warehouse or a storage structure. So mezzanine will be the middle floor, basically. Okay. So although the name sounds very complicated, but it's just the meaning is it's in the middle layer, basically. Okay. So you will be, once you start working on European projects, especially, and even in Southeast Asian projects, you would find that they have like, say for example, in a building structure, when you go inside India and you go get inside a lift, we have a very simple layout. It is ground floor, first floor, second floor, third floor, like this, right? But when you get inside a Southeast Asian country's lift, even if it's a residential lift, say for example, they will have these kind of floors as well. So they will have 1M, 2M, 3M, like this. So that means it is a middle floor between 1 and 2. Okay, so remember that. So in warehousing, this is used quite extensively. So that's why I just shared with you guys what is the meaning of this. Okay, so once we define the search sequence over here, you see we have just giving the description and giving a naming convention, and this is free characters. These are like the maximum character length is 4, and it can be alphanumeric, it can be numeric as well. Okay, so there's no restriction. So based on like, say for in example, in certain warehouses, let's say let's take an example of again a company like Samsung. Okay, so Samsung, as I mentioned, they are manufacturing different kinds of finished goods like washing machines, mobile phones, televisions, blah blah blah. So therefore, they will be having certain sections where they'll be keeping the components of every finished product, maybe in a separate storage type, right? So within that storage type, say for example, we have like two areas like this. Let's create, and then A1 HR, A2 HR. So in a warehouse, generally what happens is that if you have got racks, so I mean, I've just to draw it quickly, I'm not creating the aisle space and everything. So just for an understanding purpose, let's assume that this is how the racks are being stacked. So A1 HR is one row, A2 HR is another row. So you will see clear markings on the floor as well for every row in the warehouse, right? So we can define these as storage types: A1 HR, A2 HR, A3 HR, and A4 HR. So what does HR stand for? HR stands for high racking. Okay, so A1 HR is A1 high rack, A2 HR is A2 high rack. So generally, if the racks are pretty tall, so we will be marking it accordingly like this. And we'll be doing the naming convention also like this. But then again, it is not mandatory that you have to follow this naming convention. It all depends on the warehouse management, how they want to do the naming convention. So that's easier for the forklift operators and the resources to identify the areas. Okay. So now these particular storage types, we can map within one storage type search sequence. Okay. So maybe let's say it is SAHR. So SAHR basically will have all these storage types mapped within it. Now, what does it mean is that I want to make sure when from the GR zone, the product is going to be stacked over here, it will first go into A4 HR, A3 HR, A2 HR, or A1 HR. I want the system to determine it based on the configuration that I'll be doing. Okay. So if I go back now this is where I just do the definition. And if I go back, the next step is to assign the storage types to the storage type search sequence. So over here, you can see, say, for example, now this particular warehouse, right? So for the search sequence PUTW, you have first 0050 storage type, then 0020 and 0010. So in our case, as we mentioned, A1 HR, A2 HR, A3 HR, and A4 HR. Okay. So this is how we can do it as well. Now, once the storage type search sequence is mapped to the storage types, the next important step is to define the put-away control indicator. Now, the put-away control indicator, remember, is a configuration. The put-away control indicator is a configuration, but it has to be mapped in the product master in EWM. Okay, I will show you the linkage, how it works. Now, over here, you can see for the warehouse 1710, you've got so many put-away control indicators. So YQ01, YQ02, YQ04, and YQ05. Similarly, we can also define another put-away control indicator, which will be for our high rack storage system. Okay. So what I will do is quickly, let me just create so that it is understandable for everyone. Okay, so this has been configured SAHR, and within SAHR, so now this, so to map the three storage types that we were drawing, sorry, the 4.1, A1 HR, A2 HR, A3 HR, and A4 HR, we have not defined the storage type. So what we will do first is, before doing the mapping, we will quickly create the storage type. So we go inside the same configuration node, the parent node SCM, extended warehouse management, master data, and define storage types. So over here, I will quickly create three storage types. So I will just see whether there is anything defined for high racking. Okay, nothing for high racking, but I'll just copy this one, which is for the narrow aisle storage. I'll just copy this. Okay, this is fine. So I will just change it to. So I will show you another shortcut where we can create a warehouse within 10-15 seconds, especially for the people who are new to EWM. And it will do the configuration. Your entire configuration will be copied from a source warehouse number. But this is something which I'm just doing on an ad hoc basis. So that's why I'm doing it one by one. Okay. A1 HR. I'll not just put in too much of descriptions and definitions over here. So I'll save this. Done. So we've got A1 HR, A2 HR, and A3 HR. We go back to we had defined the storage type search sequence, which was SAHR, and we will assign the storage types to the storage type search sequence. Okay, so I will just create new entries over here. So 1710 search sequence is SAHR, and then the storage type is A1 HR. Okay. HR, A2 HR. Done. Okay, so we've got these three storage types. So the system will be following this particular sequence. Post that, what we will do, we will also create a put-away control indicator. So when we create the put-away control indicator, we'll just create 1710 over here. And the put-away control indicator, I will use the same one. Paki for Hyrax. And I will assign so this is not mandatory to assign the storage type search sequence, but if I'm assigning it, then by default, this put-away control indicator will be only going through this particular storage type search sequence. Okay. So once this is done, the next step is to specify the storage type search sequence for put-away. Now we go inside this. So we will go and just take one existing. So over here, so we will not be using any particular. So when you are, now this is basically the permutation and combination based on which the system will have the search sequence. So what permutation and combinations can be possible? So it's based on your warehouse number. You can see over here. Then your put-away control indicator. Then your warehouse process type. I will explain to you guys, especially the ones who are new in EWM, what is a warehouse process type. Okay. Then quantity classification. So quantity classification is basically, if I click on F4 search help over here, you can see carton quantity, pallet quantity. Now this is basically the different kinds of packaging in which you want to define different search sequences. Say for example, certain warehouses, if the product is coming in boxes, it will be stored in a specific rack in the warehouse, right? So for that, you want a separate search sequence. Say for example, let us go back to our diagram. Now for this warehouse perspective, if I want the put away of the goods for boxes, I want it only to be going to A1 HR and A2 HR and not to A3 HR and A4 HR. So what I will do specifically for that particular quantity classification, I will be creating a storage type search sequence. I'll be mapping it against that particular quantity classification. So this particular permutation and combination, it is allowing you to keep separate search sequences as per different categories, quantity classifications, put away control indicators, and warehouse process types, as well as stock types. Okay. And if you have any hazardous rating, say for example, there are dangerous goods, okay, acidic goods, flammable goods, which you want to keep in a particular section of the warehouse, say for example over here, okay, then in that case you can maintain the search sequence accordingly as well. Okay. So remember, these are the storage types: A1 HR, A2 HR, A3 HR, A4 HR. SA HR is the storage type search sequence. And the cells that you see over here, these are the storage bins. We will quickly create them as well. Okay. So the quantity classification put-away control indicator. Put-away control indicator is something which we have seen, we have defined in the previous step. Now the question for the people who are new in EWM is, what is a warehouse process type? Okay. So the warehouse process type is having similar functionalities, not exactly same, because it does not have any financial postings adjacent to it. But yes, it has a lot of similar functionalities to what we have for movement types in ECC or in S4, right? Say for example, for GR movements for vendors, we have 101. So similarly, for put away, we have a warehouse process type. For goods receipt, we have a warehouse process type. For stock removal, we have a warehouse process type. For internal movements, we have a warehouse process type. For ad hoc bin-to-bin movements, we have a warehouse process type. You can define your own warehouse process type as well for different activities. For the different activities that we are performing in the warehouse, it is divided into different processes. It is called processes in EWM. And for every process, we have a warehouse process type defined. Now, where does this warehouse process type come into the picture? The warehouse process type comes in the picture when a warehouse task is getting created. So what was a warehouse task? The warehouse task is basically a direction or an order to the resource or to the forklift driver that you need to go and pick or put away the material, pick the material from particular source bin and do the put away in a particular destination bin for this particular pallet, this particular material, this particular batch. So all those information will be available in a particular warehouse task. And that warehouse task will be driven by this warehouse process type. Okay, it is a bit confusing, I understand, but if you want to understand what is the similarity, it's an identifier like the way you have movement type in ECC. But there is no financial postings like the way we have adjacent financial postings against each movement type in ECC. We do not have similar financial postings in EWM. Okay, so because EWM directly does not have a FICO integration, but yes, it has an integration because whenever you are doing a goods receipt posting in EWM, that goods receipt posting gets updated in ECC, and adjacently, once the goods receipt movement is posted in ECC, the subsequent financial ledger accounts will be updated. Similarly, for consumption goods issue postings as well. Okay, but not directly. The moment you do it in EWM, it will not directly update the accounts in FICO. It will be updated once the material document is posted in ECC. Okay, so these are the different combinations based on which we can determine a search sequence. Now, as I mentioned to you, the search sequence, why am I explaining to you the search sequence? Because when we will be taking in the components, we need to make sure where exactly it will be getting stored within the warehouse. Okay. Now, once we have defined all these things, what will happen is that we need to map the put-away control indicator to the product master. Okay. So there are two product masters in EWM. Remember that. One is the global product master and one is the warehouse specific product master. Okay, so when we talk about the warehouse specific product master, I'm opening a new session. It is starting with SCWM. So as I mentioned, SCWM, for any EWM transaction, it is always starting with SCWM, which stands for Supply Chain Warehouse Management. So SCWM MAT1. So if you go inside this and you can push in your product. So let's see this one. Display. And you can see all these different tabs are here. So wherever you see these tabs with a hat over here, okay, so most of the data in these tabs will be coming in from ECC Material Master. Okay. So wherever you see these hats coming into the picture, this will be the data which will be coming in from ECC. Okay. And you see the slotting data, the warehouse data, and the storage type data. These are the datas which we need to either upload in EWM or we need to fill it up in EWM manually, product by product. Obviously, whenever you are doing a rollout project, you will not be doing, because there'll be thousands and thousands of materials. You cannot be doing it one by one. So I've seen nowadays in the modern project structure, there is a separate team for master data maintenance as well, and which is because when we started off things in EWM, at that point in time, we were taking care of each and everything. But nowadays, these objects need to be handed over to the master data team, and they will be taking care of everything, including the upload and everything. But we just need to provide the data, taking it definitely from the key users, and then sharing it with the master data team, and they will be uploading it. So you can upload it, and there are certain fields over here which can be uploaded using the EWM monitor as well. We will go through that as well, especially again for people who are very new to EWM. And we can also, there's an upload transaction as well, which we can use to upload these various fields. So these various fields can be utilized for different aspects. So right now what we are doing, we will be focusing more on the put away part, but similarly, we can also use the same thing for the stock removal part as well. Okay. So we can use it for the put away part, we can use it for the stock removal part, we can use it for quality inspection, or we can use it for generic purposes. Okay. So as we progress ahead, I will explain to you some of the important things that we can use over here, which can be utilized from our production planning perspective as well. So you can see over here, the put away control indicator, which we had defined, we can do the mapping over here in the put away control indicator. So over here doesn't say putaway control indicator, but that is actually what it is. Okay, so it just says putaway control, but this is where you need to map the putaway control indicator. Regarding the bulk storage, the storage section indicator, we will come to that. Okay, but first let's try to understand the basics. So this is based on this, the system will understand which particular storage type to go. But there are nowadays, again, in the modern setup of the warehouses, we want to make sure that the system is determining each and everything. I have been a part of projects where the operators will go and determine, okay, I need to go and put the material in this particular bin. So they will go and scan that particular bin themselves. So the system will only determine the storage type and the storage section, okay, or just the storage type. If it's not mandatory to have a storage section, if you have a storage section, then the system will determine, and you can do that setting at the storage type level. I've shown it to you. Well, let me quickly do a quick recap where you can define that. You go inside define storage types. Sorry, I clicked on the information button. Okay, you go inside A1 HR, and over here there's this particular field WT generic. So WT generic means that it is going to be, it's not generic, so it's going to determine the storage type, the storage section, and the storage bin as well. Okay, so when we talk about storage sections, now let's come to storage sections. So storage sections can be, again, it's a free field. It's not something that is provided by SAP that you need to make create the sections like this only. It depends all on the layout of your warehouse and how you are storing goods in your warehouse. Okay, but generally, if you want to understand, now in this particular rack, say for example A1 HR, A2 HR, A3 HR, A4 HR, you can be having different components, right? Now let's talk about the automobile industry. Now, if you talk about luxury vehicles like Porsche, say for example, everybody is familiar with this brand, Porsche. You guys must have heard, or you drive. I don't know, all of you, but you have heard about this brand, right? Porsche.
Yes.
Yes.
You guys...
Yes.
Okay, so when we talk about Porsche, so remember Porsche is a vehicle which is completely customized. That means you can select the seat cover, you can select the steering covers, the wheel caps, the alloy wheels, everything, the wheel size, blah blah blah. Okay, so it's a completely make to order vehicle. Okay, now say for example in this particular storage type, let's assume this is a rack. Okay, and I have I will be storing alloys. So you know what is an alloy? So that's the part which is very prominent in the wheel. So you have that rubber coating on top of it, right? So which is your tire, but then the thing which holds it up is the alloy, right? So now that these alloy, it's called an alloy rim. So the rim has got different sizes, and based on the bigger size, they will keep charging you extra. All these luxury brands, right? So either say for example, there is a car in Porsche. You can search it out on the website later if you guys are interested in cars. It's called Porsche Panamera. Okay, so it looks like if you have seen Batman's car, it looks like that, like real life Batmobile. Okay, and that particular alloy, it starts off with I think 20 inches if I'm not wrong, or 19 inches, and it goes up to 22, the rim size. So what will happen is that obviously if somebody is ordering 22 inches rims, that means it's going to be very expensive, right? And it is not so anyways the car is so expensive. So some people who have finally been able to afford a Porsche will be going for the base ones, which is basically the 19-inch ones. So what it means is that the 19-inch rims will be the ones which will be sent to the production line the highest, right? So it will be in a fast moving section in the storage type. So what I can do is that I can, when I'm storing the materials for a forklift driver, if this is a vertical rack, let's assume this is a vertical rack. So this is the first two are the top sections, the middle ones, and then the bottom one. Okay, so in the bottom one, what I will put the fast moving items, right? So I will just, sorry. Okay. Why is it not picking up? Okay. So similarly, so these are the fast, these are the medium, and these are the slow moving. So I can define sections like this as well. So in the system, when I'm defining sections from EWM perspective, I can define it in such a way that whenever the fast moving rims, so the 19-inch rims that I was talking about is something which is the highest fast moving, which I will be sending to the production supply area, because that is the car which will be ordered the maximum, because it is a cheaper price. So what will happen is that I will make sure that the forklift driver can come and put it also very easily and take it out also very easily, because it is at the lower section. So therefore, what I will do, I will create a separate section for within the same storage type. So I will create 3 different sections. Okay. So for that, what I need to do from a system perspective, I need to, after defining the storage types, I need to define a storage section. Now, the example which I gave, it is just one industry example. It can be different things as well. Sometimes what happens, like if you consider big FMCG companies, okay, you have like food and beverage companies. So you have baby food products, you have like coffees, and then you have chocolates. So you can create within one rack, if you are storing everything, so you can create separate sections within the same storage type as per the different product groups. So that is also another way of doing storage types. Okay. So it all depends how you are storing the materials. But from a manufacturing perspective, I will always store the materials, the components in such a way which is moving the fastest. It is always required in the production line. I will keep it in such a way that it is easier for the forklift driver to push in and take it out. Okay. So that is the way I will define the storage sections. Is it clear till here, guys? Especially the people who are new to EWM. Even for the people who are already in EWM, I think it will be a refresher for you guys. Is it clear till here?
Yes, sir.
People who are new to EWM, everybody is silent. Now, moving ahead. So now, after we have defined the storage sections, one of the most important activities is to create the storage bins. Now, remember, the same functionality, the way we have defined the storage types, the storage sections over here, as I mentioned to you guys, we will be defining the entire warehouse within storage types and storage sections. Storage sections is not mandatory, but storage types definitely is, because within the storage type, we will be creating the storage bins. Now, remember, this production supply area also we will be defining as a storage type. So we have PSA1 and PSA2, and within this, we have got all these different bins over here. Okay. Now let's assume that the production supply area is very big. Okay. So you have one big production supply area, and for that you have different sections. In one section, you will be keeping the engine parts. In one section, you will be keeping the adhesives. In one section, you will be keeping the liners, the paint materials, blah, blah, blah. So you can define the sections accordingly as well. Okay. So again, these are based on all assumptions. It will be changing on the layout of the warehouse. It will be changing on the industry of your client. So every client will have a different setup. Every client will have a different layout, different requirement. But at the end of the day, whatever it is, the storage type has to be created. And within the storage type, you have to create a storage bin. So for the production supply area also, you need to create storage types. Now let us quickly move into, so from this basic setup, as you have seen, that once we have defined the entire sequence, After that, we create the put-away control indicator, and we will be mapping the put-away control indicator in the EWM product master. Now, as I mentioned to you, there is another product master, right? So it is the global product master. So the transaction for that will start with SAP APO. Okay. So the transaction starts, the only difference between both the transactions in terms of the naming convention is that the EWM one will start with SCWN, the APO one will be SAP APO, and then it is MAT1. Okay. So in MAT1, you select global data, let the product be same, and click on display.
Like
Yes.
you mentioned, no, that in the PSA we can have storage types. So does it depend on the requirement of the business that we can have different storage types, or we can have just one storage type for the PSA?
We can have
Is
just
it-
have one storage type for PSA, but if the business says that we need there will be in one production line you will be manufacturing different kinds of materials also. So you will have
Okay.
that kind of scenario as well, where they will not be in the same production supply area. They will not be keeping the components of each and every product. So if they have that kind of a bifurcation, then there's no problem in having 3 different storage types for different PSAs. But otherwise, what from my experience, generally we will have one PSA storage type, and within that we can have multiple storage bits.
Okay. Understand.
But there is no harm in creating multiple storage types as well. There is, I mean, if it's like a huge production supply area, as in such, and you have it's a bulk. Generally, the production supply areas are bulk areas, right? Because there's no rack over
Right.
there. You'll be keeping it in the open.
Right.
You'll be stacking the pallets or the cartons or the boxes, whatever. So in that case, you can also create multiple storage types and create a sequence for that as well. So there's no harm in doing that. Yeah. Okay. So now, why are we referring to this global product master? So this global product master is important from one aspect, and that is where it is important from your SAP EWM PP integration, or for the advanced production integration perspective. So you see over here product groups. So this product group is maintained in the global product master. It's not maintained in the EWM product master. Remember that. Okay. So this product group needs to be maintained. And then based on this maintenance, we will be able to maintain the core master data for EWM PP integration. We'll be able to maintain the core master data for the EWM PP integration. Okay. So why do we need product groups? First of all. So this is a question for all of you. Immaterial of EWM experience, non-EWM experience. And how do you think we can utilize this? I will show you in the after you give the answer, I will show you in the system how we are utilizing it, definitely. But I don't need a system specific, but maybe a logical aspect. If you guys can give me an answer, what is the product group and how do we use it?
For example, for all the cross-order staging products, we can create one product group for cross-order,
Okay.
as well as single order, and we can assign that product group to the product level.
Okay. Yeah, that's a nice thought that is going through. I mean, yes, that is one way of dealing with it. So you're saying that for all cross-order products, we have one product group. Yeah, that is a good way as
grouping
well.
of all cross-order staging products with one product.
Okay. Yeah. And apart from that,
Mainly for classification, like if there's a particular product group, so similar products to be, they have the same like specific. Let's say, I mean, say similarity of use, or maybe to group together similar materials.
yes, that is also another way. So the answer is a combination of both the answers that you guys have given. So let's say, for example, I had mentioned is that we can define it as in the product group, whether this is a single order staging product or whether it is a cross order staging product. Okay. Now, as we were discussing, what is single order staging, what is cross order staging. So for the single order staging products, it will always be linked to your production orders. The material will always be linked to your production orders. That means it is locked. The moment you stage the pallet to the production supply area, no other production order can utilize it unless and until you release the pallet. Okay. But for cross order staging, it is not like that. So multiple production orders can utilize the same pallet. As we had taken an example of paints when we are talking about mobile phones, right? For the powdered coating, that I think I had given an example of 5 kilograms of paint of powdered coating, and then we can utilize it for multiple production orders. So similarly, but like for single order staging, suppose for a vehicle, we require 4 tires. So if I am in one box, big pallet, if there are 4 tires, that is only specific for that particular vehicle manufacturing, right? So yes, we can use the product grouping based on single order or cross order staging, or we can also use it based on the product groupings, the actual product groupings like tires, like engine components and stuff like that. Now, why do we need this? Is because, as I told you, the core master data in advanced production integration is called PSA stage. Okay. So the transaction is, please note it down, /n/SCWM PSA stage, /n/SCWM/PSA stage. Okay. Remember, storage type is different. Within the storage type, you have storage bins, and then production supply area is also different in terms of objects within the system. But if you land up in that physical space, physically it is the same thing. For a warehouse operator, it's the same thing. It's the production supply area. You call it storage type, you call it storage bin. But yes, when we talk about monitoring, when we talk about overall SAP integration, all those things, the supply area is a different object, the production supply area. Within the production supply area, you have the mapping of your storage types and the storage bins. Okay. So within this particular transaction, SCWM PSA stage, this is an EWM and PP master data transaction where we are mapping. So the disposal party is basically the plant, and in EWM language we called it as a party entitled to dispose. So this is what you see, BP1710 is the plant, and this is the supply area. Now this supply area is the same production supply area which exists in ECC. Okay, and then we have the products and then the storage bin. So this is a mapping. Okay, and then you can select the staging methodology. So let me just go inside one of them so that you will understand. So we have the party entitled to dispose, the production supply area. So the product group, you can map it as well. So this product group, as I mentioned to you over here, this is a demo server, but we will create that data. So when we are seeing certain, we'll be doing some more activities on, well, I will be giving you tasks to perform certain transactions in the system. And then we will be playing around with some data as well. Okay. So over there, we will be using different product groups and we will see how the system behaves differently. And we have products over here. We have the storage bin. Then we have the single order staging. MES relevance. So this is something we will discuss when it comes to the MES part. So you know, MES is a manufacturing execution system, which is a third-party system. And in most of the warehouses, you will see that MES system is prevalent. Okay, so from a production, actual production execution perspective, although the planning side, the production orders are created in ECC or in S4, but the execution part is done using the manufacturing execution system. So that will be a third-party system, right? So that one we will be discussing when we'll be discussing the MES and the ASRS part. Then the quantity calculation type. Now, what does this quantity calculation type mean? The quantity calculation type means is that what is this master data actually used for? This master data is used for staging purpose. What is the meaning of staging? The meaning of staging is that when I execute or trigger a transaction for that particular material or product group, the system, what it will do, right from this particular rack, if it is stored over here, suppose, okay, the system will be creating warehouse tasks for the operator to pick up the material from here to send it to the production supply area. Okay, so that is what the staging means. Now the staging will be based on what? So the staging will be based how much quantity should the warehouse operator pick. So all those things will be based on what I'm maintaining it over here. So over here, this is what you can see is quantity based calculation. So for quantity based calculation, you have to mention the quantity and the unit of measurement. So over here, you can see it has been selected as quantity base and the replenishment quantity is 1. Minimum quantity for PSA is 1. So if the quantity in the production supply area, the system will check that is already existing. 1 pallet is already existing, then the system will not create any warehouse task. But if it is 0, then it will create a warehouse task. If I change this to 10, suppose, then there is, suppose, already 5 pallets in the production supply area. The system will create warehouse tasks to pick up 5 more pallets. Okay. And the replenishment quantity I can create as 5 as well. Okay. So this is something which is based on the particular warehouse. This is something which the super user will be providing to you in terms of the information. They can set this up. This is a master data transaction. This is not a configuration. This is a master data transaction. Okay. And then what will be the warehouse process type used during staging that you have to mention over here. And what will be the clear PSA WPT? The meaning of clear PSA, that means if you remember, I think he was giving an example that it will be cleared off. The materials will be cleared off from the PSA and it will come back to this particular storage type. So what you can do is sometimes once the pallet is there, you have utilized it, and then you don't want to keep the pallet lying at the PSA. You want to push it back to the warehouse. So that can also be done using this clear PSA option. So I will show you how it can be done from a system perspective, but you need to mention in the system the clear PSA WPT, the warehouse process type. So Y220 is the staging warehouse process type, and Y325 is mapped over here as a clearing process type. The process type needs to be configured in SPRO. This is where you just do the maintenance. Now, since it involves warehouse process type and all, therefore, although this is a master data transaction, during the cutover activity, this remaining information will be provided to you by the super users, but the maintenance of this transaction is generally done by EWM functional consultants. Or later on, if there is a new addition which is required, it will be going to the AMS support team. Okay, because since it involves this warehouse process types and everything, because super users will not be knowing all these things. Okay. So apart from quantity based calculation, we have also calculation based on packaging specification. So calculation based on packaging specification means that for this particular product, okay, it will go and check what is the packaging specification that is maintained. So in EWM, people who are new to EWM, there is something called as packaging specification. Now, what does the packaging specification comprise of? Let me quickly show you that. So to check that, how the packaging specification is determined and configured, sorry, spell typo error. It is a configuration. It is based on the way you have in ECC, we have condition determination, condition types, condition records. Similarly, for packaging specification also, we have a similar concept. Okay, so you need to do those configurations in the backend. Based on that, you have to set up the packaging specification. Okay, now say for example, for this particular material, let's see if something is maintained or not. Okay, it's not maintained. No worries, I'll maintain it so that on Monday we can be able to do a demo run. I'm just running it to see. Okay, so we've got a few packaging specifications. So I've double clicked and we can go inside. Okay, so within the packaging specifications are nothing but instructions based on which the system understands that a particular pallet needs to be constructed with how much quantity of the base unit of measurement. Okay, what it means is that suppose a bottle of Coca-Cola, the base unit of measurement will be bottles, right? But when it is being packed, it will be packed in bottles of 6, 12, 18 like this, right? So you'll be creating packages based on different settings. So you will be maintaining those instructions over here within the packaging specification. So based on the quantity, the system will start creating the pallets automatically. Okay. So once the system creates the pallets, the operator can just print the label and he can start labeling the pallet as well. Okay. So now similarly for the production supply area, you can see, and all these determinations happen on what we maintain over here in terms of the packaging material and the target quantity, the minimum quantity, all these things. Okay. So what happens is that when we talk about the PSA part, so over here on the right side, if you see, we have the condition types. Okay. So within the condition type, now let me click on create second version. So if I click on F4 help, so you can see this is the standard condition type which is defined in the system for production supply. So if I select this 0 PSD, say for example, so what happens is that it has an option of PSA which gets activated over here. So I will explain to you on Monday's session what is a supply chain unit and all those things, because that is based on what the condition records are being maintained. But you can see over here, the most important thing over here is that I can maintain the packaging specification for production supply area. So what will happen in that particular case, if in this master data, I choose calculation based on packaging specification, the system is going to go and check the packaging specification which is maintained for this particular product. It will go and check what is the packaging specification maintained for this product and this production supply area, PSA Y0011710. And then based on this, it will create the warehouse task for staging. Staging of what? Staging of the materials from the racks to the production supply area. That means how much quantity needs to be pushed into the production supply area. So either we use that or we simply use quantity based calculation and we maintain the quantities over here. Okay. This is one of the most important master data in SAP EWM PP advanced production integration. If this is not maintained, then nothing is going to work, especially for your staging. If the products are not staged, then you will not be able to consume as well. As simple as that. Okay. Now, for your reference, I told you I will be adding the two important applications on your home screen once you log into SAP Fiori. So to go into the Fiori page, what you need to do, you need to use the transaction /n/UI2/FLP like this. Okay. And then the Fiori screen will open up and then you'll have these two applications, schedule staging for production and then post consumption. Okay. So this one is the application which we use for staging. The consumption application is opening. One 710. So what we are seeing over here is the production consumption application. So till now we have, this is a new production manufacturing order, sorry, which I had created to show it to you guys. So you can see the moment we are selecting the manufacturing order, so it will show us what are the items that need to be consumed and what is the available stock in the production supply area. The staging application, so before this actually we need to do the staging. Okay, so but the staging application apparently is not working. I need to check that. But in the meanwhile, what I will show you, because you guys should also know how to run it in GUI. So the GUI transaction to run the stage application is very simple, just SCWM/stage. Okay, so remember again, for EWM, people who are new to EWM, you need to again use /n to open this transaction. Without that, it will not open if you just simply type in. So the stage transaction is this. Okay, and you need to select the production supply area. So right now for this particular warehouse, we have this particular production supply area. You can select the staging methodology as well, whether it is cross order, single order over here, or no staging methodology. Okay. And based on that, you will execute. Once you execute, the system will show you whether any warehouse tasks need to be created or not. As of now, there is ample amount of stock, as we can see, for these two materials. There are two handling units having 192 pieces. So I don't think that we will be required to, the system will be creating any new warehouse task. But let's see. So product for staging, if you want to specify the product for staging, you can specify that as well. Okay. So let me see. This is 2021. Let me refresh it. Okay, so this is the production material request transaction. It is /n/scwm/pmr. This is again an EWM transaction. If you're using the embedded system, obviously it will be in the same box. If you're using the decentralized system, this transaction needs to be run in the EWM environment. In the EWM environment, remember. Okay, so it's /n/scwm/pmr. So this PMR, so if you can see, this is a production order which I have created. And the manufacturing order is this one. Okay, so it will also show the components. The receiving product, this is the finished product, which is EWM S450. So it is, the description is finished, fast moving. And these are the components which are there. Okay, so S4502, S4503. So this is single order, this is cross order, and S01 is non-staging relevant. So I think over here, what we have is the non-staging relevant product. So that means for this particular product, which is staging relevant. So the staging relevance comes from where? Comes from your PSA stage master data, which we have maintained. Okay. So the PSA stage master data is over here. So if you see for the product, let me show you, this is cross order 503. So for 503, this is the product. You see the staging methodology has been selected as cross order staging. So therefore, the system, when it creates the PMR, it automatically determines this as cross order staging material. Okay. Again, the other one, 502, it is determined as single order staging. So if I go here, 502, it is determined as single order staging. Now, if I change this, and then again I create a new production order, and I will do it in front of you and I'll show you, the system will determine this differently based on the master data that we have set it up. Okay. So right now, remember, this 503 is something which is determined by the system as cross-order staging. So let me do one thing. Let me quickly change that. So for 503, I'll make it as single order staging. Save it. Okay. And then what I'll do, I'll create a new manufacturing order. Okay. So I will use this order as a reference. Replicate. Let this be open. I can use this. Okay. CO01. So I'm creating a manufacturing order. I'll just use this as a reference. For people who are whose knowledge is more specific to EWM, you can take this manufacturing order, as a reference when you're creating. For people who are already experienced in PP, you guys don't need any reference. I'm sure you guys will be able to create different dynamics of orders. So what we need to do is we need to push in the start and end dates. So I'm putting it as like 12th of December as a start date, and then 31st of December as an end date. Quickly go and look into the components. So this is the component list. If you want to create your own material copying some other material, you're free to do that and add it to this component list as well. Okay. Just make sure that the storage location, which is being mapped over here, is an EWM specific storage location. Okay. If you want it to be staged, remember that. If it's not an EWM specific storage location, it will not be staged. So how do you, for people who are experienced in EWM, how do we know which storage location is EWM managed or not?
The availability group.
Availability group, the mapping you're talking about, right?
Yes.
Great. Yes. So what we need to understand, so if we want to quickly check, so we will quickly go to a table, which is basically a config table, but it is easier from at the table level. So you go to this particular table, SCWM tmap stloc, and you enter your plant, okay, and the warehouse number as well, and then simply execute. So once you do that, you will find there are two storage locations which are mapped to this is the EWM warehouse number, okay. So 171D and 171S. So what is an availability group? I will explain to you guys on Monday. It is again something which is a part of your EWM fundamental courses, but you still need to understand what exactly it is. Okay, so I will explain to you on Monday what exactly is an availability group. So the storage location 171D and 171S, you can see are the EWM specific storage locations. And over here, 171S is the storage location which is maintained for all these components. Perfect. Okay, so what we will do is we will simply go in and create this. So error calculating costs, just ignore that. And that's absolutely fine with us. So I'll go to the change now. Okay. I'll release the order. Save it. And now I'll go to WM staging pool list. So you can either simulate or execute. So we'll just execute. And these are the three materials it is showing that will be staged. And then I will click on WM material staging. Okay. So the moment I clicked on WM material staging, if there is any error, it will show me the error over here in the log. It's saying there is no error. So I go back and I click on save. So the moment I do that, what happens is that the system will try to create the PMR, right? So the manufacturing order is this one. So let me try to search it in EWM now. We go back to the PMR transaction, select the manufacturing order. It has not yet landed. Not to worry. So what we will do, we will go inside the queue. So remember, whenever we are creating any document, the transactional information, that means the document replication, the document updates happen through RFCs. So in EWM, it is asynchronous updates. So that's why it is called queued and asynchronous. Okay. So why it is queued and asynchronous? Because it needs to be queued because the document creation needs to be first and then the GR update should happen. Then the quantity change should happen. It's like that. That is why it is queued. So it is called QRFC, queued remote function calls. Okay. So to access that, you need to go into SMQ2. This is the transaction. So you go inside this, execute this, just push in your manufacturing order number. It is here. Just go inside. It has failed. Now, what is the issue of fail? Status type staging production. Okay. There is an error for this, and I cannot see the error. Okay. Is it because, let me quickly do one thing. But let us create it once again. CO01. I'll just do the same steps once again. Let's see whether it works or not. Okay, release, save. Okay, so this one should also be there as a part of the queue. Let's see. Okay, so that means it has got processed. Yes. So the queue has landed and the PMR has got created. Okay. So what we can do is, I will also show you the queue container because that is important. So what I will do, so what happens is that there we can stop the queue. In order to stop the queue, so what we need to do is we need to put a parameter, a standard EWM parameter. So so what happens is that whenever the document is released from ECC, the queue will come and stop in EWM. It will be in a stop status. So when we go inside, we can go and check what is the issue within that. So I'll be putting that parameter, and we will set it up accordingly so that you can see the queue container. So the queue container is important because you need to know what is inside, and also I will show you sometimes if there are any issues, how you can debug, and you can try to understand the error. You might not be able to resolve it, but you can at least understand it. So basic things you should know, because from an EWM perspective, these are certain things that the functional consultant is expected to know, because every time you cannot be dependent on an ABAPer to understand that. Yeah. So I will just set up the queue parameter. So QRFC star debug star. So you can note these two parameters down as well. This will not be provided to you, so kindly note this down. So I put in a debug stop queue parameter. from both sides. So that means when the goods issue postings will happen, when the goods receipt postings will happen, even then the queue will stop. When the goods receipt, when the document is created, even then the queue will be stopped. Okay. So I'm saving it under my user ID now. Okay. So we'll just now, I'll quickly show you. I'll create a production order once again. And let me just go back to create. Okay. It's okay. We will refill the missing parts. That's not an issue. Okay. Okay, so you see the queue is right now in a stop status. So the system did not automatically. So if I try to search for this particular manufacturing order in EWM PMR, I will not be able to find it because the queue has not yet landed. Okay, so it's not coming up. It's showing as blank, no documents form, if you see the bottom of the screen. So that is because I have not, so the queue is in a stop status. The execution status says it's no execution. And if I go inside over here, so the queue container is displaying like this. I need to register it so that you will be able to see the queue container. The queue container contains, so right now it's in a binary format. So it's very difficult to understand what it is bringing in from ECC. So once the queue container is being displayed, you'll be able to see all the information, the material information, the batch information, the quantity, the plant, what it is trying to do and everything. Okay. So you can see over here, this is the function module. So this function module is determined from where? This is a question. So this queue that it is trying to create the PMR, it is getting, that PMR is getting created based on this function module, production underscore WHR underscore maintain S/SCW. So how does the system know that this function module needs to be determined?
The distribution
because
model.
of distribution.
Yes, absolutely right. Very good. So because of the BAPIs and the message types we have added, yes, which we have seen in the distribution model. So those are standard BAPIs, as I mentioned, and within those BAPIs, these function modules are called. Okay. Now, if you want to see, as I was mentioning, so if you want to, let's copy this function module. Okay, so I'll put it over here. Okay, so this is from where the system will start generating. Okay, so you've got, so once we have once I executed, I have not yet executed it. So the moment I now execute, click on the F8 button, the system will generate the queue and it will create, because we are inside the queue now. Okay. So this is where you can just go, you click on F5 and you can see the different values and what exactly it is trying to do. If there is an error also, we can also identify it through that. But since the data container is not there, it will, the QRFC container is not getting displayed, I will not be able to see the item segments. So I will then put the breakpoint exactly at the item segment and then we can see the error. So I will not resolve this error. I will just add the data containers. I will resolve the error in front of you guys so that you guys will also understand if that kind of an error comes, how to resolve it. Okay, I'll keep it as it is like this, but I'll just add the queue container so that we can know where exactly we need to put the breakpoint. So if I execute this now, the queue got cleared. Okay. So now since the stop queue I have put in my user ID, the reason behind that is I want to show you guys how the queue container looks like and what information it contains. But from a system perspective now, from an execution perspective, you know that how you need to do the WM staging and how the data gets created and replicated into EWM. Okay. So the moment now, again, I re-execute this for 2223, the production order has come in, and then you can see that these are the different single order and cross order staging components which are required for the production order. So let's see now if I try to do the staging for this. Okay, because I need to send the material. So let me first check what is the available stock in the warehouse for these components, right? So what I will do, I will copy these two materials, go inside. So for people who are new to EWM, this particular transaction is one of the key transactions for the super users in EWM. Also for people who are doing troubleshooting, or also for functional experts, this is also a very important transaction. So it is called the EWM monitor transaction. So the EWM monitor transaction is basically a cockpit for the warehouse overall execution, reporting, planning activities. Okay. So the transaction is /n/scwm/mon. So it's the EWM monitor. Okay. So the moment you go inside the EWM monitor, generally it comes up with this for the first time. When you're logging in, it will come up with this pop-up screen. You need to enter the EWM warehouse number and the monitor. Okay. So in general, always it is SAP, but it can be changed, it can be modified. So I will not go deep into that because again, that's not a part of your training program, but all these views and everything can be modified based on the clients and the customers' requirement. But this is a standard view. Okay. Now, we saw that from a overall perspective, we have the PMR getting created, and the PMR getting created also needs to be displayed over here, right? So a warehouse user will generally not be using the PMR transaction. They will be just going inside the monitor because from here they can view the manufacturing orders, they can view the inbound deliveries, outbound deliveries, everything. So they will just simply, I'll just simply execute this so that it brings the entire list of manufacturing orders for this warehouse. Okay, it's not bringing anything. Okay, because the receiving time is updated. I'll just remove this. Okay. Okay. So these are all the manufacturing orders which I've created because I've given that particular date range. So these are all the latest manufacturing orders which I have created, that it is showing up over here. If you give a wider date range, is going to bring in you all the old orders as well. Okay, so against these manufacturing orders, you can see which are the inbound deliveries which have been created. We have not yet created any inbound delivery because we have not even staged the components to the production supply area in order for us to create the finished product, right? Then what are the different handling units? So the handling units are nothing but the pallets, HU in process if they are semi-finished products, and the completed HU. So all these lists you can gather the information from here. Okay. So from the production overview over here within inbound, you can identify all this information. Now, let's go back to the stage transaction. Where was the stage? Did I open it? Let me just close this. Let me be a bit more specific. Push in the staging methodology is 3. Cross order staging, sorry, my bad. And the product also I will mention. Generally, I've seen warehouses, they will not be maintaining products like this, because they will just run it and they are expecting whatever master data they are maintaining in the PSA stage transaction. It will go and check what is the available quantity in the PSA, and they will just keep running it 2 or 3 times in a day, so the PSA keeps getting executed. Or they will put a background job for this particular program. For this particular transaction, they'll put a background job on set intervals in a day, like 2 times in a day or 3 times in a day, and then it will keep staging, create the warehouse tasks, so that the operators keep getting those tasks in the queue, and they will pick up the material from the racks, and they will send it across to the production supply area. Okay. So I will just use this specific methods. Now, before that, we should also know what is the available stock for our components. So we will again copy the 2 components over here, 502 and 503, and check the stock. Okay, so I will just go into physical stock. Okay, just paste this. Okay, so for 503 and 502, let me sort it at the product level. I'm just trying to see whether there is already any document linked to this stock. No, there's no document linked to the stock. So that means it is free stock. It is in an, so whatever you see over here as ST, I'll explain to you on Monday what exactly it is. It's called stock type. It is linked to your availability group, which in turn is linked to the ECC storage location. So I'll explain that linkage. But we have seen that table, right? And so we have some amount of quantity for 503 and 502. We are trying to do the staging for 503. Let's see whether the system does create. So it's in a test mode right now. So it is not going to create actual warehouse tasks, but it will just show whether it will create any warehouse tasks or not. So it's saying that no staging proposal available for given selection. So let us see where exactly it is lying. So this is the storage type Y011. So Y011 is narrow aisle storage. So that is fine. But we will have to make sure that the quantity is getting created, right? So that's because in the production supply area, so the quantity might already be there, right? So, but it is not showing up over here. So let us see the production supply area, Y061. So we don't see any stock over here in Y061. So what we will do when we are doing the running the execution, so the first step, what we will do, we will create the warehouse task, and then we will see how the resource will do the confirmation using the RFUI application. And after that, after the task is being executed, we will jump into Fury and start doing the consumption of the against the production order. So right now we can just see the 601 material, which is the non-staging relevant part, but then the other parts will also show over here. And then we will start using those materials, and we'll see how this consumption application also works. And also I will see why the staging application is not working. So you can see it is saying that it is moved to a different web address. So I will make sure that it is working for you guys on Monday, and I'll be showing you guys how to do it. And the second hour, I'll expect that you guys should also be able to create the data from an end-to-end perspective and do the staging and the posting as well.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which document is created in EWM when a production order is released in PP? Option A, warehouse request. Option B, warehouse task. Option C, warehouse order. Option D, production order copy. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master the art of managing production and warehouses? Our SAP S4 HANA EWM PP integration course is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S4 HANA EWM and PP integration. It's like a powerful toolset for syncing production with efficient warehouse management. Our course covers everything you need, from basic concepts to advanced techniques. It's designed by industry experts who truly know their stuff. Your instructors are experienced pros who've worked with SAP for years. They're here to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Students love how clear and practical this course is. People like you have used it to boost their skills and advance their careers. The best part? It's super affordable. This amazing chance to learn won't cost a fortune. Ready to excel in SAP S4 HANA EWM and PP? Sign up on our page now. And for more details, check out ZaranTech's website.
Can we process production order without any PMR document? So for example, if we create one production order and we release that production order, but in backend we have not received any PMR document. So in this case, can we proceed that production order without any PMR?
For an in EWM integrated scenario, is it?
Yes.
So yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, when we talk about PMR, so that is when you talk about advanced production integration, PMR is an option. Production material request is an option. If not, then you can go via the outbound delivery process, where an outbound delivery would be created once you release the production order, and based on that, you can do the staging, which is basically the picking from the outbound in the outbound delivery process, and then the goods issue. So the goods issue basically will be sort of like the consumption, which will be the consumption posting. But in this case, why companies prefer to use PMR is because you can actually do consumption postings against the manufacturing order based on the requirements. And if you're talking about advanced production integration in EWM, then you do require PMR. Without PMR, it's not the advanced production integration version. So does that answer your question?
Okay. In our project, sometimes user is not checking PMR document, whether it was generated or not. But in backend, they are performing 261 movement, but like they are performing consumption against that order. So later on, we have checked the PMR document and we have found that there is no PMR document. In that case, what we can do? Like once 260.
Yeah, so so whenever a 261 movement is getting posted, so the first things, and in your project already EWM is there, right? So is it a decentralized EWM system or is it an embedded system?
Embedded.
If you don't mind. Okay.
Embedded.
So let's say, for example, let me go to a particular. Let us check. So whenever you go inside a material document, so there's always a reference document inside it, right? So I'm just straight away go to the table. Let's see. Okay. So let's take movement type. So let's just give a range. So I'm not so sure in this test system what ranges we have, and then movement type 261. So since you were saying that there's no PMR in your project, so then definitely there must be a delivery document which is getting generated. Now that delivery document.
No, we have PMR.
We have PMR.
We have PMR, but sometimes PMR is not getting generated. for some cases.
So that 261 movement might be a cost center posting. Then have you checked what exactly the movement type? I mean, where was it getting posted? Because generally, if like say for example. So in your material movement postings, what I would suggest is you just check out the reference document number. So when you're using an EWM system, so the reference document number, either if it's a delivery base, so it will have the delivery number, or when you're doing consumption posting against the PMR document in EWM, the 261 movement is getting posted. Then in the reference number, you will get the warehouse task number. Okay. So
Yes,
if you
sir.
check that field XBLNR_MKPF, or the reference document field in MB51, so you just run and check it out. What is the reference document number? So if it is giving you the warehouse task number, run that warehouse task number either in the EWM monitor, and then you will get to understand that warehouse task number is linked to which particular document, say for example. Okay. So
Mhm.
does it make sense? Okay,
Yeah, we have the
yeah.
process like production team will create production order and they will release it.
Mhm.
And after EWM person will check the PMR document and he will stage according to that
Mhm.
PMR document.
Okay.
After that, if a green signal from EWM team, then PP team will perform that consumption in CO11N. So in some cases, what happening is without
Sorry.
confirming.
How are they performing the consumption? Sorry, can you please kindly repeat that step?
Yeah, production team will create a production order and they will release it.
Okay.
And in backend, we will get a PMR document. Based upon the
Okay.
PMR document, EWM person will do the staging,
Okay.
PSA staging. And after
Mhm.
that, if stock is there, then production team will perform the consumption in CO11N. So,
Okay.
but
They are not using
sometimes
the consumption application, or they are not using RFUI. So they
not
are
from
doing the
RFUI.
consumption. They are using the consumption, running the consumption transaction. That's what you are saying the
Yes,
ECC
yes,
consumption transaction.
yes.
So
But
when they are doing the consumption using the EC, but otherwise are they using when the when you find against the 261 movement um, reference document number from EWM, in those cases are they still using the same consumption transaction T code?
yes,
That's a bit strange, because if you're using PMR, then you should be doing the consumption using either the Fury applications, or you should be using consumption using RFUI, or else if your consumption is getting triggered from an MES system, then the IDOC should just directly come in and update the EWM system. That is how it should be. And then in return, the EWM system will trigger a QRFC posting of 261 movement to ECC. That is how it should be.
Nikhil, can you
Because
confirm?
Ronnie, but what happens is, I'll tell you, we cannot post it through that consumption Fury app, because consumption of the materials on production line is handled by the production operators and not by the EWM operators.
I
EWM
understand.
operator will supply the material to the production store supply area, and then
Mhm.
thereafter production operators will decide when to consume it, right?
Yes, agreed. So for that, they
So
have to use the production consumption application, which I was showing the other day to you guys on Fury. They have to
So
use the
you're saying
EWM
that they
production.
don't have to. Okay, then in production consumption application, how do you
Mhm.
book the time and the cost which is occurred for the labor and the machine hours in the production consumption application?
The production consumption application won't you won't be able to do the time consumption and the labor consumption, all those things. I'll show it to you guys. Uh, but that should be linked to your ECC setup, right? You can just do the consumption, like just direct consumptions over there. So, but I need to show you the application in order to explain you better regarding that.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
that point will come to. point is what he's trying to say is he does not want the reference document. What he's trying to say is sometimes what happens is when we have a PMR process, and for some of the material, maybe the master data is not maintained properly, and there is an error while creation of a PMR after releasing the production order.
Okay, so that means the PMR has not got generated in EWM.
PMR has not got generated, yes. And after that, still there is consumption posting happening. So how can we relate that particular thing in EWM system if this thing occurs?
First of all, the consumption transactions that you guys have mentioned, those are ECC transactions. I mean, yes, it's an embedded system, but that's not an EWM transaction. Okay.
Right.
So if they're doing the 261 movements using that particular transaction, that means they are doing direct consumption postings. They are not doing it via the EWM system. Okay. If they have now what you're saying is that the materials are EWM based, but since the PMR has not reached EWM, that means we cannot stage it as well against those particular manufacturing orders, right? Right. So physically, yes, it is in the production supply area. But I'm a bit confused now because your material should be in an EWM managed S log. So are they doing a transfer, an S log to S log transfer from a EWM managed S log? They're moving it to a non-EWM managed S log, which can be done, and then they are doing the consumption posting.
No, they are doing consumption posting from EWM managed storage location only.
Okay.
I'll tell you what happens is there are some bins where the stock is as per the minimum bin quantity. So like, for example, if you say that there is a semi-finished product, mainly this happens with semi-finished products, not with the finished products. So in semi-finished products, there are raw materials which are commonly used for many production orders.
Okay.
So the minimum bin quantity of that particular bin is pretty high. So I'll have around say 5,000 to 10,000 as a minimum bin quantity in that particular bin, which is EWM managed. Now what happens if there is a production of order of 100 quantity? So the stock is already available in the EWM storage bin. So you don't need to supply that particular stock to that particular bin since the stock is already available. But as per the EWM process, there should be a PMR and then the stock should be staged. Yeah. So in that case, if the stock is available, they directly consume it from that particular, you can say a common bin or something like that. And then they confirm the production order, even if the PMR is not generated. So the question is, how do you relate that if these things are done irrespective of the PMR? How do you relate that with the PMR and how do you fix that particular?
So that's what I was trying to explain. So if you have a material which is in an EWM managed storage location, okay. So first of all, if you do not have a PMR, so the question is, how have they pushed it to the production supply area? It can be done. It can be done through ad hoc bin-to-bin movements. Okay. So instead of running the stage transaction, I can simply just create an ad hoc warehouse task, which will tell my operator to just pick up these materials from here and push it to the production supply area. Because at the end of the day, that is also a storage bin, right?
Right, exactly.
So once you have moved the item to the storage bin, that's fine. But again, till the time it is under the EWM managed storage location, we cannot be using a direct consumption posting transaction, which you guys were mentioning. That is that's what I'm trying to say over here. So to use that, we have to move it to a non-EWM managed storage location. So I think there is a step that you guys need to check with your users whether they are using this particular transaction or not. Let me show you.
Which one?
ADGI. Okay. So it's called SCWM for people who are new to EWM. So it's called SCWM ADGI. Okay, so they must be pushing the products over here. And then over here, there is this option of NWLO, which is non-EWM managed storage location. and you can simply put the storage location over here, and you can push the item from one S log to the other. So from the EWM managed storage location, you can push it to the non-EWM managed storage location, and then you can do the consumption. Because this is something, I mean, I know backflush postings getting happening, and then you get it. You are checking that in COGI and all those things. But I've not heard that you are not able to stage, and then but the material is lying in PSA, and without doing the transfer to NW, I mean non-EWM managed storage location, we are directly doing consumption. Because I mean, when we are creating the manufacturing order, we are setting up the product as staging relevant, right? So within the manufacturing order itself, we have that small little checkbox where we can activate and deactivate. That comes in from the material master, but if you can deactivate it as well manually, right? So if the staging indicator is active, the S log is EWM managed. So I'm a bit surprised how it is happening in your system, but I wanted to see that actually.
Yeah, once we get the access to the system, we will show you, Ronnie. No issues.
Yeah. Okay. So, but it's an interesting thing. I will try to check it out in the system as well. Not for, but for if I can set it up in the system, then I will myself as well. I will try to see if we can have that demo. Then, okay.
Okay.
So right now, the issue that you're facing is if the PMR is not generated, then there is no visibility, basically, right? So
exactly.
Then you have to do an ad hoc bin-to-bin movement. The user has to do an ad hoc bin-to-bin movement. And why is there any queue which is getting generated, which is failing?
No. We are not getting any queue for PMR issues.
So where is it going then? It cannot be that it has.
We are not getting, but as per the master data, we are checking and we are asking user to maintain sufficient stock in the PSA. Later on, that Kogi entry has also get cleared. But we are unable to resolve that PMR issue. So if any item is missing in PMR, we are unable to modify that PMR as well. So for example, when material is not having master data, PSA bin assignment, that component is missing in the PMR document.
Okay, now I get it. Okay. So what you're saying is that, so there is a PMR over here, say for example, and this particular manufacturing order will have suppose 5 components, sorry. Like this is the finished product, and there'll be 5 components. Out of those 5 components, only 3 are showing over here, say for example. The remaining 2 are not showing. Is my understanding correct right now?
Yeah. Yes.
So this is what you guys are having. This is the issue.
This is another issue. This is one kind of
This
issue.
is also one of the issues. Sometimes the PMR is also only not there.
Yeah. It's not there. And sometimes components are missing in the PMR document.
So then there is something wrong in first of all, there is something wrong in the master data. If not in the master data, someone is playing around in the manufacturing order. So they are not releasing it properly. If they are releasing it properly, they are removing the staging indicator and then releasing it. Because it cannot be that if there are no queues, how can where will it go then? Or it might be, do your users have access to deletion of queues? Can they delete it using the EWM monitor?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Then where is it going? That is the biggest question, right? The queue should get generated. So there should be at least a stuck queue. Because unlike a inbound delivery or an outbound delivery, if the queue is replicated from ECC after it is staged, then there is no active-inactive manufacturing order. Over here, you won't get that option. Either you get an option of a PMR or a manufacturing order, right? So you don't get an option of active, like in outbound delivery in EWM or in inbound delivery, you get an option of active, inactive deliveries. So sometimes what happens, certain things which are set as preconditional that this should be there, say for example, batch or goods movement bins and all those things. If it's not there, then it might remain in an inactive state or it might remain in a block state. But in case of manufacturing order, it can become in a block state over here if something is missing. But it will not be that it's missing completely and then there's no queue. There has to be a queue. Okay, so let me see.
No, I think depending upon the setup, I think the queues will vary, because what we have queues. Sometimes we have queues for after the goods receipt is generated for the delivery created. So for that we have queues, but for PMR we did not notice any queues.
No, so for PMR also there will be a queue. I'll show you. I'll give you an example right now in front of your eyes. Okay, so let me just run it.
You're saying that queue for the full PMR of, or if even if there is a one of the product missing from the PMR, then also there will be a queue.
No, it's not that. What I'm trying to say is that whenever a PMR is getting created, it is getting created through a queue only. There is no other way the system can create a PMR in EWM. So whether you are using a decentralized system or if you're using a embedded system. Okay, say for example, if I create, I'll just quickly show you. I'll just create an order in front of you. So I'll put the stop queue parameter. So therefore the queue will not get processed automatically. It will stop. I'll show it to you. Save it first. There's less stock of a particular material. That's why it's saying missing parts. That's fine. So remember, whenever we are talking about EWM, so it will always, when we are talking about transactional communication like this, the communication always happens, as I had mentioned, based on the QRFC setup that you guys would be doing for your warehouse. So whether it is outbound delivery, inbound deliveries, or it is manufacturing orders, it will be flowing into the EWM system from ECC through queues, and the postings will also happen through queues. The way you just mentioned that inbound delivery, GR postings, yes, GI postings, yes, all these will be through queues. Okay, only for the where you're directly doing the consumption using the transaction CO11, I think what you mentioned. So that is one. So that is in one transaction where there will be no queue generation because this is an ECC transaction. Okay, so but for if you are doing a posting using EWM, there will be a consumption posting which will be, and a queue will be generated. Okay, so now what I'll do is I'll just quickly go inside components. Let me see one thing. Okay, let's go back.
So this particular WM staging, is it mandatory to do it manually, Rani?
So this, I mean, the way I'm doing it right now.
Exactly.
It depends actually. I think nowadays a lot of companies are using RPAs, RPA bots to do these kind of redundant manual activities.
No. I'm talking about whenever we release the order, automatic WM execution can happen, right?
On the setup, yeah, I think so. From PP side, there should be a set. Is there a setup for automatic WM execution?
Yes, there is.
Okay, so in that case, yes.
Yeah, and since it is triggered directly with the release contact, that is the reason there are no queues.
No, there'll still be queue. There'll still be a queue. It's not about manual. If I'm doing manual staging, there will be a queue. Otherwise, there'll be no queue. Otherwise, how will the system create the PMR in EWM? It cannot automatically do it, right? There has to be a program which is doing it. So the queue is sending the program with all the data required for the program to generate the PMR. Okay. How will the system know how to create the PMR in EWM? What is the raw material? What is the product number, batch number, or components? What are the components required? How much quantity? How will it come to know? That information will flow in through the queues. So just now,
Okay.
see, I have sent in this order, right? So I will show it to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys have access to your client's development system? You must be having, right?
Yes.
Right. We have.
Okay, so what I will request you is just go inside. I mean, whenever you guys get time, so put in these two parameters, this user parameter, so that you will understand that the queue is getting generated. See, it's coming up right now. It's very, very slow. Okay, so these two parameters, can you guys just note it down? Shall I put it on the meeting chat?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you can put it a screenshot.
I'll just copy this and just put it, or I'll just take this. Okay, so just use both these two parameters. Okay, so why I'm asking you to put both the parameters? So one is to stop the queues coming in from ECC to EWM, and one is for stopping the the queues coming in from EWM to ECC, so that you can study each and every queue. That is very important. Okay, because the queue always contains a queue container, and that queue container contains all the information based on which a particular document is getting generated in EWM. Okay, so whether you are doing automatic staging, whether you are doing manual staging, it does not matter. The queue will still be generated, right? So you can use it on your development system. So let me just go quickly back into SMQ2. So when you're using a decentralized system, remember, if you're using both these two parameters, so decentralized system has something called as an outbound queue as well. Now, what does an outbound queue mean? Is because when you are the decentralized system is like two different systems. One is your ECC or S4 system, and the other one will be your EWM S4 decentralized system. So the moment you release the order, and automatic staging suppose happens, at that point in time, the queue will be generated. The queue will come and sit in the outbound queue, and then it will go inside the other box's inbound queue. That is how it works. Okay, but in a decentralized, in an embedded environment, it is just the inbound queue that we need to check. Okay, so let me just quickly run
You have to
this.
set that up in SU3, right?
Yes, correct, in SU3.
Okay.
So let me just push in the order. So our production order number was 100,224. What happened? I did not see
You
the digits.
you have entered 224.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Perfect. Okay, so this, what you see over here is the queues which are currently in a stop status. So whenever you create the queues, at that point in time, this particular queue will be generated with this particular function module. Okay, the same thing should happen in your client's system as well. But remember, don't worry, when you're setting up the stop parameter on your user profile, it will only be for the production orders which you guys have created. Okay, it will not be for all the users who are using the development system. So say for example, Nikhil is doing it, so it will only be for Nikhil's documents. It will not be for everyone else. Okay, just check it out and let me know if your queue stops or not once you set up this parameter. Okay, and apart from that, you also need to do a registration of your queues. So let me just see one thing, whether it's already done or not for this. So this is PR star. Because without the event registration, it is not going to happen. Okay, so let me check for the manufacturing order what will be the event registration program. So it's not taking right now. Let me give it one last try. Because I would have been able to show you the queue container then. Let me check. Okay, so without that, if I click on this queue name, nothing is going to come out. But since that DL queue is registered, I'll show you. DL is basically the delivery queues. Let's say, for example, this one. Gosh, the system is so slow, man. Even this one is not registered. So this is DLVS. It's not taking it. It's not taking in anything. Let me DLW. This one it will show. So this is how your queue container looks like. So you'll have a similar queue container for the queue which is currently stuck for our manufacturing order. Okay. So the queue container, see, has all these different data structures which come in pre-filled from ECC. Okay. Now, based on this data, the document gets created in EWM, whether it's an inbound delivery, whether it is an outbound delivery. Similarly, whenever the GR posting comes in from EWM to ECC, it will be filling in all this data and it will be sending into the ECC system from the EWM system, whether it is GR posting, whether it is GI posting. Okay. Now, this particular queue that you can see is an outbound delivery confirmation queue. That means this particular queue is coming in from the EWM system to the S4 system. I am saying from the EWM system to the S4 system, although this is an embedded system, but remember, both the EWM system as well as the S4 system are two different logical systems. Physically, we just have one box, but logically, it's two different systems within the same box. So therefore, there is a queue communication between both the environments. Now, this particular queue container is getting called within this particular function module. Now, for our queue that we were checking, it was a different function module. These function modules are getting determined based on the distribution model that we had set up. Now you can see within the queue container, let's go inside once again. Sometimes when there are issues, you need to change the queue container data as well. Sometimes you will face those kind of errors as well. Okay. So now to change the queue container data, you need a special role based on which you will have this edit option over here. There'll be one more icon, which will be a pencil button. So if I click on this pencil button, this thing will open up all this data that you see, this information. Okay. And you can change certain information over here. If you don't have that, in that particular case, you need to take debug change. Okay. You need to request for debug change. And then you need to make changes where in the same structures you can call within the debug mode as well. So let me quickly show you this. I'm not so sure whether, because we've got people who have already worked in EWM, whether you guys have already used this ways and means, but it will help you in your overall resolutions, not only for manufacturing orders, but also for your inbound and outbound deliveries. Because there will be cases, if you're providing support, there will be cases where you would require to make these changes within the queues. So I'll place the breakpoint exactly on the function module, and I'll simply execute this. Let's hope that it stops over there. So yes, it has stopped over here. Okay. So you see when we were going inside the queue container, there were different structures, right? On the left side, see the same structures come over here. Okay. So if I suppose double click on item data structure over here, so the item data structure opens up. So it had two lines, remember, right? So if I go inside item data over here, then we've got these two lines which we were seeing over there in the queue container. So it's the same thing, but I'm showing you in a debug view right now. Now, if you want to make changes over here, say for example, let's see whether I should have access over here. It's a demo server. So yeah, so it has opened up. So sometimes there are scenarios, people who have worked in EWM, they would know you need to make certain changes and then you need to change the entries and then re-execute it again, and then the queue will take the new entries. Okay. I'm not going to change anything over here because it is just an example that I'm taking from a already existing queue which is in error. But this is how you can do it over here. Okay. So I'll just go back. I won't change anything. And I'll come out of the queue. But in short, you see the error message has changed now. It's saying the sales order does not exist. Someone might have deleted the sales order as well. Okay. So in short, you will have queues coming in. So as I mentioned, just set it up in your development system and you will see. So my point is, if a particular order is getting staged and you're saying that the system is automatically doing the staging, the PMR is not getting generated, then there has to be a queue. If the queue is not there, then there are two options. Number one option is someone is going inside the warehouse monitor. So over here in the at the bottom of the screen, if you're following my icon, the cursor, so you would see you can go inside over here under tools, and then you can just execute this. in the meanwhile, if one of you can just, so you can see, so these are the queues that we were checking in SMQ2. So these are the same queues over here. Okay. Now, if I want to go in, like if I want to delete, sometimes what happens is that so this is role based, but I can delete queues. So I don't see that option over here in the EWM monitor, but there's an option of rejecting over here. So I can also go in from here, the QRFC monitor, the same transaction SMQ2. So it will take me there as well. So you see, it brings me here. Now, if I, as a super user, if I have the deletion option, I can simply select the queue, delete the queue. There'll be no more PMR. It will, but one good thing about the setup is that if you do WM staging once again, it will once again trigger a queue and it will create the PMR. So for production orders where the PMR is not getting created, you can ask your users to try doing manual WM staging for orders which have already been staged. They can re-execute WM staging and they can see whether the PMR is getting created or not. Kindly check with your users regarding this. Because if you're saying that the queue is not getting generated, then where exactly is the PMR? It has to be somewhere, right? It has to be either the queue has to be stuck, and if it is stuck, there has to be an error. Where otherwise there is definitely
the queue is not registered in our project. I think we need to check.
Okay.
We will check.
The queue is not registered.
Yeah. The queue type.
So you guys have you guys are providing support, or this is a rollout and implementation project?
Support.
So someone else has done the implementation, is it?
Yes. Yes.
So they have done the implementation. So how did they complete hypercare then without this? This should be a big issue, right? The PMR is not getting generated. But you're saying for certain items, the PMR gets, I mean, for certain orders, it is getting generated, right?
Yeah. Most of the
orders get generated. 95 to 96% orders PMR is generated. Wherever there is a master data issue, over there, the PMR is not getting generated.
Okay, master data issue, I mean, for the entire product, then yes, it can be an issue. But if certain components are not maintained, so those components will not reflect in your PMR. The PMR will be created, but it will not be reflected in the PMR. So that has to be taken.
That is one of the thing. Some of the products, if it is not maintained, it will not the PMR. It will be not reflecting in the PMR. But for some of the orders, the PMR is only not getting created.
Okay. So please, I mean, do you have, if you have a list, because I cannot, I won't be getting permission to check all these things. How can we do this then? I'm just thinking. Because we are not supposed to, because this is from a training perspective, but your question is very valid. Because it's interesting, because I want to know where did it go if it is no queue. Can you just kindly check first of all at the material level, because you would be having those orders, right? In the incident number, they must have mentioned those orders and everything. So you must be having those order numbers. Kindly check on your end whether at the material level whether there were any changes in terms of staging indicators and all those things. Kindly check on your end. And if those orders are still open, you can ask the users to do manual staging and see whether the PMR is getting generated or not in EWM, if they are still open. Okay. For your consumption process, that question which you originally had. So because I have not seen that flow. So I've seen consumptions happening from third-party systems and then getting posted in EWM, which in turn posts, updates it in ECC. Or consumption postings happening via the EWM applications like RFUI or the Fiori application for production consumption. But I've not seen this scenario where the production consumption that we are staging it in PSA and then we are doing directly the consumption using the CO11 transaction. So this is basically I'm doing the consumption directly using the ECC transaction. So I need to check this particular scenario, because when we are using EWM, we should not be using this transaction to do our consumption postings. I mean, as you mentioned, there were two factors, in terms of billability and labor costing, something which you mentioned, right?
Yeah.
So for those things, I've seen, in most of the manufacturing plants, especially in the projects that I have worked, they will be having a separate system. And through that, either through iDocs or other interfaces like web services, the EWM system will be updated. But not this kind of a scenario. So this is a bit different, actually, the way they are doing it. So maybe this is another way of doing which I have not come across yet, but I will try. I'll try to set it up in the system and see.
No, this particular way of doing the consumption was taken from SAP best practices. I was in the PP part, I was there at the time of implementation of this project.
Okay.
So EWM I cannot say, but SAP from the PP point of view, I have taken all these data from the SAP best practices only. So where the consumption posting will happen from ECC and not from EWM, because there are a lot of factors in that. What happens is you're not able to sync into both of the systems wherever there is an error of reversing the order. So if you post the consumption through EWM, what happen is whenever you book it separately, the time and your labor cost, your time cost, your overhead cost is booked in ECC, and only your consumption of goods is booked in EWM. Then at the time of reversal, this two processes will not come in sync. So the confirmation and the consumption and also the goods receipt, that will also be posted from EWM. From PP, from CO11N.
Okay. So let me. So that's what I'm saying. So I'm not saying it's good or bad, but I'm saying is that this is not something which I have come across. So let me just try to set it up over here. I'll try my best, but if not, then you guys will have to help me.
I have a production order. I release the production order, and after my release of the production order, I create a PMR. So the PMR is created, and the PMR is with the EWM team for staging. Now, what happens is just before the staging, the raw materials have not been staged yet. So just before the staging, I decide that I want to hold that production order due to some, so you can say maintenance activity or whatever the reason XYZ. So I don't want the staging to be done right now. So how is the possibility in EWM that I can hold the PMR for a certain period of time, or I can reverse the PMR, something like that?
So basically, the staging activity that is happening, I have another question before I answer your question. So the staging activity which is happening in your project, is it being done through a background job right now? Or it is manually being done?
It is done
through a background job, right, Manoj?
We have background jobs for cross order staging and single order staging. It will run every 15 minutes.
Okay, so kindly check the variant of the. So do you guys know how the variant is being set for that background job? So I mean, the background job must be for this particular transaction, right?
Yes,
the stage transaction.
Yes.
So over here, you must have put something for cross order, say for example, right? Like this, and then are you putting in any period or something, and then you would be removing the test mode, and then you are saving this variant, is it?
Yes. So we are also providing supply area.
The production supply area. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So the question is now whether how you guys can if put it on hold. Basically, you don't want to reject the PMR. Do you want to reject the PMR?
No, not to reject the PMR. I want to put it on hold for some time, maybe some day, and I will resume the production. So I want to put it on hold. I don't want the material to be staged for my production.
Because of any XYZ reason, there is a delay in the for that particular production order.
Right.
Okay, let's see one thing. But like, how many orders these generally come in your client's scenario? Is it like many orders like this, or like how is it?
There will be a lot of orders. So there are around you can say 100 orders per day,
which we need to put on hold.
No. Total orders I'm talking about.
Okay. No, I'm asking like the scenario which you just explained, that like the PMR you need to put it on hold, say for example.
Yeah, that
You don't
depends
want
on
to
the
do the staging.
situation. If there is a planning change or if there is a maintenance breakdown, then it might be around 2-3 orders.
Oh, okay.
a
So
day.
that means you're talking about an exceptional scenario, right? So they're like
Exceptional.
breakdown or
Yes.
whatever.
Exceptional.
Okay. So why I was asking you that question is because if it's like exceptional scenarios like this, then it has to be, it can be something which can be done at a manual level as well, right? So that's why I'm just checking with you. So let me just check one thing. So I'll try to do two things. Okay. So I'm trying to block this document. Okay. So I'm trying to remove the warehouse process type. So there is a warehouse process type which got determined, right? So no, it did not allow me to do that. So let me try once again. So if the document would be in a block status, the system will not be doing the staging for the documents which are in a block status. And these kind of exceptional scenarios will be only for a few documents, as you mentioned. So in that case, we can just remove the goods movement bin. So I'll try to remove the goods movement bin. I'll see also removing the warehouse process type. So if both of these things are removed, then ideally the document should be in a block status. So let me try doing that. Okay. Or if not, then let's go and see in the EWM monitor if we have an option to block the document, the PMR.
Okay. And that'll be possible whenever we require it, we can activate again and stage the material, right?
You can activate it again. Yes. So since it's taking so much of time, so let's quickly go over here in the meanwhile while it is running.
So this is only the manual way around. It is.
I'll try to find out if there is something. But I mean, we don't. I mean, for inbound deliveries, we have a rejection button. Say for example, so it will directly reject the delivery and complete and make it turn it into 0, the quantity in EWM. In outbound deliveries also we can actually delete the outbound deliveries, but for PMRs I don't see that option which is given in like this. But let me see.
No, but what happens
there might be something which I'm not aware of, so that's why I don't want to give you a right or wrong answer right now. Okay, so I need to check that, and because you guys know in SAP every day something new comes in. So there might be some note or the other which is there for this kind of a requirement, which is a valid requirement as well. It's not something which is a like completely out of the world thing that you're telling me. So
and what happens is, I'll tell you, since the system, as in the people who are using this particular transactions are totally different. Like the one who is using the stage for production is an EWM operator, whereas the person who is who will be deciding that I want to go for production, I don't want to go production, it is the production operator. So what happens is the production operator or the production planner, when he releases the order, the PMR is generated. And whenever he does not want to carry out that order, he changes the status of the order to create it.
Okay.
Yeah. So at that time, if there is a possibility, should be a reflection on the PMR. but it is not happening as we have checked.
So there might be, that's why I said there might be a few bodies which will be there for this particular thing which we can utilize. So I can help you find that body. But it's a but I have to check it in the system. Okay, so it does sound like a very valid request. So if I choose determination indicator manually, this goods movement bin should open up. So let me try.
How can we identify whether a PMR document is activated or deactivated? Like after TECO, I think most of the PMR documents will get deactivated, right?
Yeah, it's in a deactivate in the sense. What do you mean activate and deactivate?
In progress or in like if the production order is still running, so the PMR will show some green status, right? Like the PMR is open. So once the production order is completed, the PMR should show the status like closed or something. So how can we identify that thing, whether the PMR is open or closed?
Whether the PMR is open or closed. Yeah, so generally there are indicators that we can use like on the EWM monitor. So in one of my C, it has gone into a block status. Can you see, guys? It has gone. I mean, it's taking a lot of time, but because of the server thing. But yeah. Okay. So I will try to save this. Yes, issue resolved. So if you remove this goods movement, so what do you need to do? I mean, this is the manual workaround, okay? But I'll try to find
should be for one material, right?
For each and every, but it's not going to take so much of time when you're doing it in a actual production system. It's going to be very fast.
If you have around 300 materials, then
then you have to do it one by one. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah.
So
I think let me check. That's what I'm saying. Let me check. I don't have a ready answer for you right now, but I will have to check and I'll get back to you. But this is a valid request that you're putting in, and it's a valid question. So let me check.
Yeah, no worries. You can check and then we'll discuss.
Yeah. So if not, then we can look into a body as well. So I'll look in it for you. So I'll tell you where exactly what enhancement needs to be done for this. Yeah.
Yes.
So you guys then tell your client that or raise a change request for this based on that. Okay.
Right.
Yes. So you're saying that yeah,
PMR is open or closed. How can
we? So in one of my projects, what we did is that we enhanced the monitor node. Okay, and within the EWM monitor, so what we did was that we had given indicators over here, which are basically identifiers. So what it does is that, so again, that is an enhancement. So to do that enhancement, what we need to do is that right now in the production overview node, you can see this, right? So let me just quickly. So, I mean, for the wider audience, especially for people who have already worked in EWM, do you guys know how how a monitor can be enhanced, or the things that you can see in the screen can be changed? Do you guys know what is the process? For people who have already worked in EWM, have you guys already come across those kind of requests, change requests?
We have not done earlier, but
we do get the request. Sometimes we.
But I think we can check.
We have not done it, but
no problem. No problem. I mean, because it is something. It is a mixture of code change as well as configuration. Okay, so both an evaporator is required as well as a functional consultant is required to do these changes. Okay, so say for example, now what he's asking is that I want to have an overview of whether my production order is completed or not. Now, in order to have that view, whether the production order is completed or not, first of all, we over here, like a delivery, we don't have that view over here. For an outbound delivery or an inbound delivery in EWM, you'll have the statuses: goods receipt, put away, completed or not, whether it's not started, partially completed, like that. But for production orders, you don't have that thing over here till now. So in order to see that, what we need to do, we need to go into status. Okay, so within status, so you can see this completion indicator. So this value will change to 9. Okay, so which is completed. So once this particular status is changing to 9, that is completed, that means the production order is completed or technically completed. So what you guys say as TECO, right? So in that case, what we can do, we can do an enhancement over here in the monitor, and based on that, it will show us the status of the production order. Because even in the standard view, you see there is this one. Okay, so say for example, this is one status of manufacturing order. So which is this particular symbol is not saying anything. So it can be changed into red, green, and all those things. But if you want to have a proper status statement, then in order to have that, you need to have a do an enhancement. So how to do an enhancement? Let me show you. And this is immaterial of just the manufacturing order. Anything that you want to do in EWM, you need to go through the same process. Okay. So this is not the only way of doing it. You can change it right at the standard function module level itself, which is basically an explicit enhancement, which I would not recommend, but it can be done as well. Okay. So what I'm going to show to you is how to do it for the EWM warehouse monitor. So this EWM warehouse monitor that we were seeing earlier. Okay, so let me just again go over here. So you see, this is the display, and based on whatever we are trying to run and execute, it will show us the data over here on the right. Okay. So how does it happen? So if you go over here, customize monitor tree. This would have been a P1, right? Had this been in a production environment, right? For your client.
Yes.
Okay. So now you can see these are the different nodes, right? So this is the same EWM monitor that we are using. When I say EWM monitor, it's just not the transaction. It's this particular thing that you see, SAP, right? So this is the standard EWM monitor. You can create your own as well. Okay, you can create your own over here, and you can just simply drag and drop over here. Say, I just want a new monitor with outbound physical inventory, like this, or any other sub node you want to add, delete, subtract, you can do it. Just change the name of this new monitor to some Z or Z, whatever, and you can do it. Now, why will you have these kind of requirements? You might have these kind of requirements for different sets of users. For certain projects I've worked on, the users or the forklift drivers, they will not be needing the view of this entire content. So only specific views. Say, for example, outbound deliveries or inbound deliveries or physical stock and bin, not all the rest of the things. So they will request you to create a new monitor for the forklift driver, and the forklift driver will only have access to that particular monitor. How you can control it? Through standard authorizations and rules. There are standard authorization objects. Within that, you can push in the value monitor and the monitor name as well. Okay. Say, for example, you create a new monitor over here. The name of the new monitor is new monitor. Let's assume. Okay. We are not changing the name. It's new monitor. So you can put it in the authorization value. For the authorization value, I'll just push it in for you guys as well. So this is something that you can maybe So if you see the authorization object which I have put in, so this is the authorization object on which you need to put the monitor, the specific monitor that you have created, and you can make it specifically for those particular roles, okay, or user profiles. Now, when I click on physical inventory over here, when I double click on it, so you see over here, it's not giving me much of information. Why? Because within this particular node, physical inventory, there are sub nodes over here which have more information. So if I just double click on this and go inside the EWM monitor, I'm not going to get anything. Okay. But if I go over here, okay, and suppose I go to physical stock, okay. So guys, if you can see, these are the informations which are provided over here. And then you have got this function module over here. Now, this function module basically is the function module which is responsible for bringing in all the information when you run the physical stock node in the EWM monitor. So this is a standard function module which is being used. Okay. Now, if you want to change this, if you want to add something, then you need to change this function module. So we can copy this function module, create a new Z function module, and within that, you need to make the changes in the parameters. Okay. So anything that you want to add. Okay. So, or subtract. Now let's try to open this up. In the meanwhile, let me open up another screen. Hopefully it is faster. Because as I said, it's a dual effort. So if there are any changes that you are doing, so there has to be an EBAPer which is involved. And then there would be functional consultants also who need to be involved. So you need to write the functional specification, wherein you will mention what are the changes that are required and which particular function module the changes would be required. So it depends on what is the kind of functional specification you write. Obviously, there is no set parameters, but generally it's better if you provide the EBAPer most of the information. It becomes easier and the development work also becomes much more faster. Okay, so now if we go inside define node, so we were inside customize monitor tree, and I've still kept this thing open, the screen, where I can see all these different nodes, higher level nodes, and the function module. I will also show you the assignments, how these nodes are being assigned. Okay, so we go inside define nodes. Okay, so let's try to see the node profile which is already open over here. So this is the node profile, right? Okay, so you see within this particular node profile, you have this particular object class, and within this you have this particular list table type and this particular function module. Now, if you guys want to change anything, the new Z function module which will be created, it needs to be mapped against this particular node profile. And you can see this particular function module even when you are running in the EWM actual monitor. I'll show you that as well. Okay, so the DynPro program will show you this, obviously. But in the backend, it is this particular function module which is running. So this one is coming with this, the variant is this. So let's go inside this parameter. Okay, so this is the whole logic over here. So if we want to add anything in the importing parameter, we have to change that after copying this particular function module, because we want the remaining things to be intact. We just want to add an additional thing over here, right? So we have to change the importing parameter, and yes, so the exporting parameter, the input parameters, and based on that, the importing data will change. Now, what needs to be mentioned to the evaper when you're writing your FS is the exact function module and where exactly you want the parameter to be added. So if the parameter does not exist, say for example, and it needs to be added, it needs to be mentioned over here. Sometimes the data structures, now within this, there is no additional data structure within this parameter. So when I went inside, it took me straight away to the source code. But when you have a data structure within a parameter, it will show you the different values which are maintained over there. Say for example, source handling unit number, source storage bin, destination handling unit number, destination storage bin, like this. So if you want to add anything over there, you have to write the FS like that. It needs to be added within that particular parameter. Okay. So once that is being done, so in order to identify that, you have to come to this customized monitor tree SPRO node. Take all the nodes for the, take all the information, the function module and everything, where the for where you need to make the changes, and then accordingly those changes need to be done. So once the evaper has developed the new Z function module, that needs to be assigned in this particular configuration as well. Okay. So let me just go over here. This is where I was trying to push in the node. In fact, you can create your own Z nodes as well. The system allows you to do that. You can create your own entries, and then you can assign it in your own Z node profiles, so that you don't change the existing standard structure which is available for the SAP monitor, and then you can maintain it. So once you do this, so this is, if you can see, this is like star 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 for the warehouse number, and then SAP standard monitor. So if you're creating your own monitor, you need to mention that. But for if you want it for just for the particular warehouse number, you need to mention that warehouse number and the monitor. Okay, so that is also very important. And then in terms of the node hierarchy and the sequencing, so this is how the higher level nodes. So in this particular case, so this will be the higher level node and this will be the lower level nodes. That is how it is designed. Okay. So what you don't see over here in the standard SAP monitor is shipping and receiving related information. Shipping and receiving related information can be added in over here as well. But that is also, again, an enhancement which needs to be done from, and you need to create either a new Z monitor, and then you need to add that shipping and receiving overview over here. Otherwise, the shipping and receiving overview is there, but it is there as a part of the NWBC system, the NetWeaver system, not as a part of your standard EWM monitor. Okay. So yes, the answer was very long, but it also what we did was that we covered this topic as in like how you want, if you want to make any changes in the EWM monitor, how you have to do it step by step. Okay. As of now.
If we create a production order, we will get a PMR document. So once we created it, later if we do modification to that production order, the information will pass to the PMR, right? According to the changes, if production order quantity is increased or decreased, as per the modification, the PMR will also be updated, right?
Yes, it will be.
It will be automatic, or we need to perform manual WM staging?
It should be, since the staging is already done and your queue is already established, so it should be automatic. There has to be, I mean, for it to be changing instantly, there has to be a ALE interface which needs to be set up. So I will check that in the backend. What is that ALE interface? But if not, then yes, definitely. If you just click on WM staging, it will come and update the PMR, the existing PMR. Okay. So
Same
if
thing
there's
happens.
a change of, if there's a change of quantity or additional components that are required in the BOM.
So production order is released, then PMR also released. But I want to bring back to created mode that particular production order. But system should not allow because of the PMR already released. How to cancel that PMR?
You don't want to do the staging, or you want to change the production order? What do you want to do?
I don't want to do the changing. I want to change. I want to bring back to credit mode. That means I don't want to use this production order, or else I want to modify some master data in the production order itself.
You can modify the master data in the production order. That's not a problem. There and you can again do the WM staging. There's nothing, and it will go and update the existing PMR.
But not in the PMR. What will happen? Production order is created if I released. Okay. Then PMR will be generated, right?
Yes.
Now, I don't want this a PMR. If systems should not, I want to bring back my production order to created mode. If system will not allow to bring back to created mode, if PMR is existed, I want to cancel that PMR. How to do?
System is not letting you do any changes in your production order because the PMR is already created. That is what you're trying to say.
Correct.
Okay. So is that the scene right now in your client's setup, that it doesn't allow you to make any changes if the PMR is created?
Yes, it will not allow. Because
what is the
generally what will happen in the production should not generate any other documents. Then only I can bring back to created status, production order status. Once production order is released, PMR automatically generated. That means one document is generated. So systems is not bring back to, if I try to bring back to created mode, there is option is there, read PP master data. Then system will bring back release to created mode. Now PMR is already generated. It will not allow. So what I need to do, I need to cancel that PMR. Is it possible?
Canceling the PMR. So that is what canceling the PMR is not possible, but we can actually so you want to bring it to created mode, right? In the ECC system. I mean, sorry, the S4 system.
Yeah. You have created one production order, right, Ronnie? You can try on that. Bringing it back to creation mode.
Let's try. Okay.
Yeah.
So
here in the top there is go to, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Here you 1 second.
Maybe Basavaraj can guide me, right? See, because that's his
Go
question.
go to edit. There is a PP read master data somewhere.
Functions, yeah.
Here,
Read
okay.
PP master data.
Yes, correct.
Okay, it's in functions, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Post reading of routing without bomb not possible after release. Okay.
Continue.
This is not correct.
Nothing happened.
Yeah. So because PMR is released, right? Suppose it is not possible to cancel. I will put my order will be takeover. That means I will close my order without doing anything. What about the PMR? What will happen?
The PMR will come to completed status.
When I do the takeover, it will come automatically close status in PMR.
Yes, it will.
Okay.
And so what if I untakeover the order again?
That we can check it out. I mean, we have more orders. You want to do that thing right now?
No, if possible.
I mean, we can run it and see. Do you guys want to do it right now?
Yeah, sure.
Because this is an order for which we have not done any staging for this particular order, right? So we can just simply try to do the takeover.
Yeah.
Okay. So just give me a moment. Let me see whether this order is over here or not.
I think it is 2224, right?
No, 2224 is something which I just blocked by removing the storage pin. Yeah. So what I'll do, I'll just use 2223 in this case. Just check the status over here. Okay. This is it. And let me just quickly check in the queue whether there are any stuck queues over here. Okay, nothing. So let's now go to 2223. Yes. So kindly guide me. How do I complete the takeover?
Yeah, go to the functions. Restrict processing. Processing. Yeah. Complete technically. Yeah. Now you can save the order.
Okay.
Yeah. Now you can check the PMR.
Before checking the PMR, let me see one thing. So see, this is the system time and date. Okay. So the moment I did the technical completion, there was another queue which got generated right now. Okay. So if I just re-execute this status will still be in 1 because that queue is stuck right now because I had put that parameter. So my expectation is that it should be in a completion status once I execute this. So let's see what happens. Okay, this is cleared. Okay, so you can see the status over here, technically completed, status value. Earlier, this was not there, this particular status.
So what are all the statuses where the PMR will get blocked and no action can be performed on the PMR? Can you check the drop down in this particular screen, Rani?
I mean, you're talking about this? No, you don't have an F4 help for this.
No. Status, I think manufacturing order 8. That one.
Oh, you're talking about this? Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
So you have technically complete, cancel, release, not started, and completed. 4 of them. So what all statuses will not allow you to perform staging, and what all will allow you to perform staging?
Technically completed will not allow you to perform staging. Completed will not allow you to perform staging. Cancelled. So I think so we have the status as released, and then we have the status as cancelled as well. So for Basavaraj question, so for that particular manufacturing order, so we have one more, so we can use that as well. Otherwise, I'll create another one. So we can try and see whether once we release it, whether we can put it in a cancel status and then again re-release it. But you are asking this question from your initial question, right? That how to block the production order for staging, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I get you. Yeah, but I don't think, we cannot manually change this from here. There's no option of changing the status directly in EWM over here.
Okay.
Right. So so you saw that this particular status got updated from ECC. So that means the queue is coming in from ECC. So it will not be that we complete the entire consumption. So because it is based on the technical completion of the production order, and then only this thing will change. Okay, but let me there's another, I think one is the 222 is also there. Let's see. So is it possible for you guys to, if you are not able to set up, because I'm not so sure how much time, so you can see right now it's in this particular PMR is in a release status, the DMC status. Can you see it's showing as 1 right now? So can we, let me see, just give me a moment. If you guys don't get the time to set up the system, I would request if you guys can at least give me the steps which are being performed from an end-to-end perspective, right from the creation of the production order, and then till the consumption for in your case, how it is being done. Then I can try to set it up for you guys, but not then. We'll do it on Thursday, that particular part. Yeah,
sure.
Yeah. Post reading of routing without bomb not possible after release.
Check the log. Yeah.
Bomb cannot be read for order.
This is warning. Can you go back to the error message? Yeah, here error. The second.
Okay. So this. Oh, sorry. I was just checking the information messages.
Post reading of bomb is not permitted. PMR access. See. This is the error.
Okay. And this is something which you guys are also facing in your current client, is it? This particular error? Yes. I mean, okay. So I'm sure there is a work. I mean, there should be a reversal process. It cannot be like this, but I'll find it out for you guys. I don't have a ready answer, but I'm sure there is a reversal process. It cannot be that there is no, because of this, it cannot be, you guys cannot, put it back to the re-release status, right? So I don't think so. It cannot be like this. There has to be some
we can put it back, but there are some manual changes required. But what the main question is, what can be done about the PMR? Can the PMR be set up on hold or cancelled or deleted or whatever way possible that can be done, so that we can at least trigger and make changes in the order? Since it is linked, it is not possible. Yeah. So now in this way that it is possible. So now if you go to components, go to components. Yeah, make this all the three quantities 0.
The requirement quantity you're saying?
Yes, yes. Put it as 0. All the three ones, yeah.
Yeah, 1 second. Sorry,
Yeah. Okay. Now you go back. Go to the header one. Yeah, go back. Now you go to functions. Read PP master data. Continue. Now go to log again.
So I have to do it again because I came out of it, right? So let me just log. Okay.
No, go back. Here is a manual setup, right? Go back. Go back. Now you run the WM execution first.
Okay.
Yeah, simulate, execute, whatever. Yeah, okay. And now you go to read PP master data. Yeah, continue.
No, I was just okay. So there was no error now. It's just an information message.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. See. Select that. Yeah. Now you got the status as created. Okay. This is the one. But still now you can save and now you check the PMR. The PMR is still there. So this is the case where we do not want the PMR.
So that means again there should be a new queue. Okay. Sorry, it's so slow. So this was 222. 4 times 2, right? There's nothing.
See, the PMR is still existing.
There's no change.
This is what is required. That the PMR should not be there. Because now the status of the production order is created and I do want the material to be supplied, but still the PMR will be existing. So the warehouse operator will supply or stage the production, the raw materials to the PSAs, which is not required until unless I again release the production order and start the production.
Okay. I think there might be SAP notes for this. Let me check for you. Yeah.
Okay. No
yeah. So I'll check and I'll update you guys.
Yeah,
how we can achieve this, because there is no, as far as I know, that we cannot directly, we can put it on a block status, but that again is a very manual activity. I've already told you that I'll check what can be done for that from an EWM perspective, because if we have so many components, which is quite possible, it's not feasible to do it manually one by one, right? So That is one thing, and the other thing is that I will check this part as well, that what can be done. Okay. But these are good things, good questions, and good scenarios as well. So, and these are some things that you guys are facing in your at your client level. So definitely, I will try to help you out with this. Okay. So as we discussed, I would really request you, if you guys can give me the end-to-end steps for your right from your production order creation to your consumption process, so that I can try to set it up in the system for you guys. If you guys can do it for me, I'll be very happy. But if not, I can do it for you. Okay, I'll try to do it for you. Now, moving ahead. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to execute the stage transaction. And when I execute the stage transaction at that point in time, see, I've just entered the transaction. It's taking so much time to just come in over here. Okay. So I will execute the stage transaction and I will put in a product. So generally, it's not mandatory that you need to push in any product over here. I'm not going to put any staging methodology, just to see what happens if I just execute. I'm running it in a test mode, so the system will give me logs. Okay. I want to see. So the system was trying to create warehouse tasks for the staging error, but the system gave me errors. So for people who are already working in, what do you think could be the reason behind this error messages? There might be multiple reasons, but looking at this, how do you analyze, or how do you troubleshoot?
There is no storage bin assigned.
Product master data is missing.
Production master data is missing. Okay. What do you mean by production master data as in?
Sorry. Warehouse product master data.
Oh, what I mean, which data is missing?
System could not determine so. Maybe the bins are occupied with there is no empty bin, or there is no stock in the bin.
Yes, that is one option. There is no. It might be possible that there is no stock in the bin, but stock is there. Just for your information, I have checked that. So what else could be the reason?
Stock is reserved for other production orders or other orders. Or there are open warehouse tasks for the stock.
This particular material, let me see. So what happens generally is, so when you get this kind of messages, S4502, right? So S4502 is single order. And if we go to the EWM monitor, let me run it again. Okay, so let me just go into documents, warehouse tasks. Let's see if there are any open warehouse tasks for this product. Okay. I'm just extending the session by 5 minutes. That's fine with you guys, hopefully. So that we at least go a little bit inside this topic. Okay, so I'll just run this. In the meanwhile, I will also go into PSA stage. Okay. So this was this one. So let's go inside. It's Y220. Okay, so there's no warehouse task which is currently open for this particular product. But if we want to do a further filter, actually, what we need to do is the warehouse process type that is being used for the staging is Y220. Okay. And you can run this. I'll just execute and see if there are any open warehouse tasks which are there for staging. But you can use that for the product and warehouse process type combination. Okay, so this time it ran pretty fast. Okay. So now for this particular product, as someone mentioned that there might be no stock. Yes, that can be a reason as well, because sometimes EWM does not give you the correct error message. So that is an issue. Okay, so let's see the stock availability of this particular product. Why am I checking at physical stock level? Because if there is any document which is attached to this particular product, it will show up at the physical stock level. Okay, it doesn't show up in the available stock level. It shows up in the physical stock level in the EWM monitor. It's taking still a lot of time. Okay, so now this particular product, it is saying that the system could not determine the source storage bin. One of the primary reasons behind this is that the strategy. So because the system determines the source storage bin based on what? Based on your storage type search strategy that you have configured for outbound perspective. Because remember, why I'm saying outbound is not because we are dispatching it to a customer, but still we are picking the material. So whenever picking is involved, it is considered as outbound. So we are picking the material from the racks where we are storing the raw materials or the components. And from there, we are pushing it to the production supply area. So from an EWM perspective, you need to check in the goods issue strategies. So when we talk about the goods issue strategies, now over here, you see, before we go inside goods issue strategies, I don't see any document number linked with this material. Okay, so these are the different stocks which are available right now. So we have 140 pieces which are available, right? And we are trying to do the staging, but the system is not pushing it across. It is finding the requirement, but there is an error, right? So the error was that the system was not able to determine the source storage bin. So for this particular warehouse process type Y220, we need to check what are the removal strategies which are mapped for this particular warehouse in configuration. Okay, so in order to do that, what we will do, we'll go to SPRO. Extended warehouse management, goods issue process, strategies. So remember, we had checked the same thing for inbound as well, how we are doing it, how we are pushing the goods in terms of pushing it to the racks when we are receiving the material from the vendor or from a different plant. Now we are going to see a similar thing from an outbound perspective. So we'll go inside this. Okay. 1710. Okay. So the storage type search sequence, which is mapped through this, is YPQ1. Okay. And let's see what does YPQ1 have. So I'll go reverse, specify storage type search sequence for YPQ1. So 171 YPQ1 has got storage types Y021 and Y051. Now let us check where our stock was, in which storage types. Y051. So Y051 is over here, right? So ideally, it is there in the storage type list as well. Okay. But still, the system did not pick it up. Now, if I go back, let's see what stock removal rules. So YPQ1 has got Y051. So the system is still not able to determine the storage bin. So sometimes what happens is that if we have got SLED rules, based on that also the system will not take it. So let's see if there are any SLED rules which are mapped to this. If not, we will try to run it again and try to resolve this issue, because this is something that you guys will face. Although there is a background job in your client right now, but there would be issues which will be reported to you that the warehouse tasks are not getting created properly for staging and all those things. So in that case, yes, obviously there is. So this was YP. So it is Quan and date and time of goods receipt. So what exactly is this? Is in a warehouse, we have got the different stock removal rules like FIFO, like first in, first out, FIFO, first expiry, first out. So different scenarios, you can have different stock removal rules. Now, based this stock removal rules, you can also customize. So within this, you can go inside, and this is only from an outbound perspective. Remember that you have these two sorting. I mean, you can have additional sorting fields as well, not just these two. So basically, the system will check based on the available quantity. So descending means it will try to take the larger size first, and then it will go to the smaller size. Ascending, by default, if you remove this, it will take it in an ascending manner. Okay. And then the next thing that it will consider is the date and time of goods receipt. Okay. And you also have just the goods receipt date as well. Sometimes the client will say, I don't want it to consider the timing. If it's the same date, I want the system to consider the stock and the same level. So in that particular case, you will use this WDATU underscore date, not WDATU. Wherein where it is FIFO, first expiry, first out, you will put this shelf life expiration date. Now this shelf life expiry date can be maintained at the batch character level. Generally, it is maintained there. And sometimes if you work for 3PL projects, it will be customer specific as well. Certain customers will be requesting for batches which are less than a year old, less than 6 months old, less than 3 months old, like this. So it depends on the customer. Yeah. So you can set up the sorting fields accordingly. And the system, when it is trying to pick up the goods, it will consider all these things. Apart from the fact that you are doing a mapping of the warehouse process type, the storage type search sequence, and if you have a stock removal control indicator mapped against it, that as well. So let's go back inside this parent configuration where we had seen what was mapped for Y220. So let me just go back again. 1710. Okay. Okay. Just give me a moment. So I think I have found the issue why the system is not able to identify. Okay. Let me see. I might be wrong. Let me see. YPQ2. Yeah, but still Y051 is there. No worries. We will be changing a bit of the configuration. We'll be loading in new stock. You'll check that as well. How we can load in new stock. There are different ways and means in EWM. We'll load in new stock and see whether the system is able to pick it up or not. We'll change a bit of the configuration. We'll change a bit of the master data as well. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which process handles the return of excess materials from production back to the warehouse? Option A, goods receipt. Option B, production backflush. Option C, reverse production supply. Option D, material return order. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master the art of managing production and warehouses? Our SAP S/4HANA EWM PP integration course is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S/4HANA EWM and PP integration. It's like a powerful toolset for syncing production with efficient warehouse management. Our course covers everything you need, from basic concepts to advanced techniques. It's designed by industry experts who truly know their stuff. Your instructors are experienced pros who've worked with SAP for years. They're here to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Students love how clear and practical this course is. People like you have used it to boost their skills and advance their careers. The best part? It's super affordable. This amazing chance to learn won't cost a fortune. Ready to excel in SAP S/4HANA EWM and PP? Sign up on our page now. And for more details, check out ZaranTech's website.
Now, what we also need to understand is we were trying to do the staging part and we were getting some errors in the system. And we were trying to check the relevant configuration and why it was not working, the staging part, right? So first of all, we will try to push in some stock in it, okay, for those components, and then do the put away, the inbound. So we will just be following a normal process, a manual process. We are not going to use any of the Fiori applications or RFUI because this is just from a data perspective that we are uploading the stock. And then we will also then see whether the system is picking up on new stock or not. Okay. In the meanwhile, I'll also change the master data, the required amount of pallets within the PSA, and the minimum replenishment quantity and all those things. Okay. So let's see how it goes. So let's start off first by, in terms of the master data, I'll just see what is maintained for these materials. So let me just rerun this. Okay, so creation date. So what I'll do is I'll be pushing in stock for one of these production orders. So basically it will be these two materials. And there are two ways of pushing in stock in EWM. One is your standard MyGo approach, where you are just the moment you create a goods movement using MyGo transaction for the materials, there will be an inbound delivery which will be generated. So whenever the storage location is EWM managed, so there will be an inbound delivery which will be generated. Okay. Apart from that, there is also another way of doing it. It is through the stock upload method. So there is a particular transaction in EWM called SCWM ISU. So we will not be doing stock upload in a day-to-day scenario, obviously. So this is done specially during the time of cutover activities when you are doing a rollout or an implementation for a new warehouse, or for an existing warehouse you are migrating from the legacy system to SAP EWM. So this will be the transaction. So for this, there is a particular format in which the data needs to be prepared. So it's a CSV format file that you need to prepare, and then you need to upload it. So it's just two materials for us. So we are not going to do so much or put in so much of effort in order to create a file and do all those things. So right now we'll just go with the MyGo approach. But if the number of materials are more, the number of handling units, so in that particular case, definitely we should be using a file, a stock upload file. Okay. And within this transaction, for people who are new to it, there is also this particular option of not posting the data in ERP. That means the stock will only be uploaded sometimes because of queue deletions or manual mistakes. there might be a case where the stock is available in ECC, but the stock is not missing in because of there might be multiple reasons for that. So in that particular case, if you just want to upload the stock in EWM, you need to put this checkbox and then do the stock upload. It will not do the posting in EWM. Otherwise, the moment you upload using this particular transaction, the stock gets uploaded using the initial stock upload movement type, which is 561. So whenever you are using this particular transaction EWM, remember in ECC, the movement type which will be posted is 561. Okay, so let's now try to create a stock transfer through my. The moment I appreciated the speed of the system, again it has become slow. Okay, so we'll go off with this first. So what is the, let me quickly see what is the quantity for a full pallet for this particular product. So I'll go into the EWM product master, units of measurement. As I told you guys, so wherever you see this hat coming into the picture, so that means most of the data will be pre-filled and coming in from ECC. Okay, so we have this one pallet equals to 48 pieces. So let me push in at least 2 pallets. So in 96. So let the movement type be 561. That's fine. So this is 1701. Storage location is 171S. 1710. Okay, so I'm just putting the stock directly on the available for sale storage location. Okay, let me see what is the vendor number that we can push in over here. Okay, let's do a check. 1024 to 2411. This is a posting period error. Okay, so valuation area is 1710. Okay, company code is also 1710. Same was the message. So the period closure should be 10. So 10 to 11, right? What it's saying is the posting on 24/10 to 24/11. I can push in the date as well, right? By closing the period. Have you guys done this activity before? I'm sure you guys have done this, right? No?
Yeah.
So we can use the period as well as the date as well, right?
No, you need to put the period, what period it is. You can put 10 over there, that what you want to close, and the year 2024.
Okay. The current period month here, the control record is 11/2024. So incorrect period in control record of company code 1710. Why is it not taking this? Okay. Now I need to again redo this entire thing because it doesn't have a hard, we need to do a hard refresh. Quickly check one thing. So I'm checking what are the vendors that we can use from an EWM perspective so that I don't need to again re-sift the vendor. Okay. So I'm just checking that. So I'll be just simply using a vendor which is already existing in it. So from an EWM concept, it's always the vendor always needs to be replicated. The vendor, the customer, they always need to be replicated into as well. So there are different ways and means to do it. So generally, if you're using an embedded system, so you will be using the IDOC transfer method. But if you are working in more traditional projects or decentralized projects, there is something also called as SIFing. So for in your project, is it ALE transfers that you're using, or is it like web services that you're using to transfer the business partners? How is it? The customers, the vendors?
Yeah, I'm
Guys?
using SIF. That's what I mean. Like,
Sorry?
we are not using SIF. Like, I think it is.
Yeah, but then what are you are using? You're not using SIF, that is for sure, because it's an embedded system.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So, but are you guys using web services or you guys are using iDocs?
Do you have idea on that? Like,
No idea. Mostly,
I mean, just for, I mean, it's okay. It's not a mandatory information for me. Just for your sake, just find it out. How is your master data getting transferred? So let's try this guy. Looks like a vendor. Okay, check. This looks good. Then what was the other one? Do I need to run? Okay, so we have the products here. That's fine. Okay, so this is also 48 pieces. So I'll just take in again 96. The moment I posted, you see at the bottom of the screen for people who are new to EWM, there's an inbound delivery which is getting generated. So quick trivia question. So we saw that, I keep saying that this plant is an EWM managed plant. This plant is like, so how do we know that? What is that connection in the system? So, I mean, there are certain settings based on which the system understands, okay, so this is an EWM managed plant. So what are those settings actually? Can someone quickly just try to answer this while we are performing this activity? So the inbound delivery is created. Keep thinking about the question. So the inbound delivery is created. Okay. And so what we need to see is that for the EWM system to have it, if you see at the bottom of the screen, again for people who are new to EWM, whether the delivery was distributed or not. So if it shows that the delivery was distributed, that means the queue has been generated for the delivery for the EWM system, and the EWM system now needs to receive this queue. Okay. So we are going to see, because we have put a stop parameter in the queue, so we will see that this particular inbound delivery will have those contents. Okay. But in the meanwhile, yes, how does the system understand that this delivery needs to be distributed? What is the setting or settings based on which the system will determine yes? So now I need to send this particular delivery to EWM.
Mapping between warehouse number and storage location. Based on that.
That is one of them. Yes. But over there is no mention. Okay, so let me quickly open that mapping up. T320. So this is the table where that mapping, which Manoj just mentioned, will be there. So 1710, I'll just run this. Okay, so for these two storage locations, this is the warehouse number which is mapped. But where is this mentioned that this is an EWM managed warehouse? It's not mentioned, right? It can be a WM warehouse also.
Then one will be the document mapping based upon
document
the
mapping. Type. Document type mapping is basically for the delivery to be successfully replicated in EWM. But it is not a criteria for the delivery, for the triggering of the queue. Document mapping, yes, you're right, because the document types in EWM and the document types in ECC, we need to map it together. That suppose ABC is equal to EFG, but that is for your system to convert the delivery in EWM. But for the trigger, for the queue to be generated, that is not a mandatory requirement. That is a requirement in EWM, in the EWM system. Don't be confused. Again, it's a different logical system within the same system. So the question is, how does the system understand key? Okay, now I have to send the queue to EWM. This is not a WM managed warehouse. Come on, guys, this is EWM fundamentals. Quickly. Okay. So in the interest of time, so there is a configuration, an additional configuration where we set it up that this particular warehouse 171 is an EWM managed warehouse. Only in that case, the system will understand that we need to send this particular delivery and create a queue and send and distribute it to EWM. So you see over here in this particular configuration, so I directly jumped into the configuration. I'll show you the config part as well. Don't worry. So over here, you see the system that we have selected is that it's an extended warehouse management system. Okay. And if it is selected as local WM, that means that warehouse, because remember the ECC warehouse number, which is a 3-character warehouse number, is the same thing for a WM warehouse also. Okay. So for an EWM warehouse, there is no bifurcation over here. So the EWM warehouse also will have the same warehouse number in ECC, but you will map it as the EWM specific warehouse over here. And then the communication medium, you will put it as queued and serialized asynchronous RFC. Queued and serialized asynchronous RFC. Now, what does this mean? This means is whenever a queue is getting generated, it will be, whenever an RFC is getting generated for the postings to be posted in EWM, it will always be in a queued manner. That means, suppose the delivery creation is number 1 queue, delivery change of quantity is number 2 queue, like that. Similarly, when it's coming from WM, goods receipt will be the number 1 queue, number 2 queue will be put away queue. So it will always be one after the other. Number 1 is goods receipt, number 2 is put away. Number 3 is delivery, confirmation and closure. So it will never be like the delivery, confirmation and closure and put away and goods receipt, all of them are triggered in one shot and the queue numbering is same. It will always be queued and serialized because of this particular setup. Then the distribution. So you saw when we created the delivery, it got distributed immediately to EWM. So that is also something that we can control from this particular configuration. Okay. And then you've got for serial numbers, you've got some settings. For batch determination, you've got some settings. And from goods receipt purpose also, there is a checkbox. Okay. We'll come to it. I'll explain to you if we are doing any of those activities. But the most important part over here, you should understand, is that this is where we control whether the warehouse is EWM specific or not. If we just do the mapping over here between the warehouse and the storage location and the plant, system doesn't understand whether this is a EWM warehouse or this is a WM managed warehouse. Okay. So the config part of this one, I'll use a shortcut. Okay, no problem. Wait a second, just T_T340. There are too many views. I'm not going to scroll down like that. SCM, extended warehouse management, interfaces, ERP integration. So this should be under, just give me a moment. So logistics, no, this is not the one. It's the same table, but it's a different view. Keys and RFC control for RFC queue, document types, goods movement, define there is, where did the config node go? Just give me a moment. Control for RFC queue. So it is not on the setup is not on the EWM side. The setup is on the ECC side. So I was checking on the EWM side. That's why the config node was missing. So you need to go into integration with other SAP components over here. Okay. And then you've got extended warehouse management. So this particular setup is within the setup that is provided over here in this particular configuration node. So this is the first config node that you see. Configure SAP EWM specific parameters. So within integration with other SAP components, you need to go inside this. So the view for this, to jump into this, because there are so many configs, so I always remember the tables and the views. So that is in my mind. So that's why so with the notes, sometimes, I get lost. So I'll just push in the view for you. So you can directly push this view in SE16 and you will jump into this config. But in case you guys don't remember, that's fine. You can just go into this particular part and you will find the same config node opening over here. Okay. So remember, without this setup, your warehouse is not an EWM specific warehouse. Okay. Now delivery is distributed, coming back to our main topic. And now we need to do the receiving of the delivery in EWM. And then we will also do the put away so that the stock is available for us to push it into the production supply area. Yeah. So we quickly take the delivery. Let's use this thing over here. So as I mentioned, I'll be just doing a manual goods receipt and put away. So let's see. We might face some issues over here as well. Let's see what happens. Okay. The delivery has not landed over here. Can someone tell me why quickly? The delivery is distributed, but it has not landed in either.
The queue must be there.
Yes. Very good. Because we've put the stock queue parameter. So the queue is stuck over here. So I'll just execute this queue. Okay, great. So we've got an error now. So get this error. So what it says is that the document type that we are using to post this delivery in. So I think one of you mentioned that we need to do the mapping of the document types, right? So what happens is that, see, so delivery for the triggering point of the delivery, as I told you, the document type mapping is not required. But yes, when it wants to convert the delivery in the EWM system, then it will have this requirement. So this is where it stopped us. Okay, so it has provided us the config node as well. So let's just jump in. Extended warehouse management. Okay, so the document type. Okay, perfect. So what we can do is that we can just reset this queue and we'll try to see whether it gets executed again. No, it's giving us the same errors. Okay, let's try again. So we have resolved the document type issue. Now it's the item type. Okay, so let's resolve that as well. So let's see what is the error message exactly again in the SLG1 log. You guys will not face it in your current project, these kind of issues, but you will face it if you're doing a new implementation or a new rollout. So you'll be facing these kind of things. So what it is saying, no item type found for delivery item category DIGN for the system S4H100. So you see what is the issue over here. So the business system mapping, which has been done in the system, the business system mapping has not been done. Now, what exactly is this business system? So the business system is basically your logical systems, which are defined in the system, which are defined in the EWM framework. Now, when you talk about logical systems, when you see a decentralized environment, there'll be always two logical systems. Okay, but over here there is just one business system defined, since this is an embedded environment. So let me just quickly show you. So if you want to quickly identify that, so you can just simply go over here. This is the table /SCMB/T BUS SYS. So this is the business system table. So if you execute this, so you will find that so basically this particular logical system is considered as the ECC system over here. But whenever you have a decentralized environment, you'll always find the two logical systems being defined in the system, the ECC system as well as the system. Okay. So whenever you guys get some time, go into this table and check in your current system how many logical systems are there. Okay. Now what we'll do a mapping. So the system is telling us that there is no mapping between the S4HANA environment and this. Now one thing we also need to know that the mapping needs to be also aligned with our document type. Okay, so for us, we are not using INBI. So INBI is basically the document type which is used for inbound delivery coming in from production. Okay, so if you see, this is an inbound delivery notification GR production. So we'll not be using this. Okay, so we'll be using INB, inbound delivery. And with that, we will do a mapping of an item category. Okay, so I'll just copy this. So the item type, document type is DI, the item category is DIGN, that's fine. And inbound delivery document type will be INB. So I will push in the system, the business system, and the EWM delivery item type, sorry. Okay, now it should be fine. So the queue is executing. It generally doesn't take so much of time. In your actual system, it will not be like this. So if you guys are even trying to do any sort of test like this in your development system, it will be very, very fast. In your client's development system, it will not be like this. So it's done. So now we would be able to see the delivery finally in the inbound delivery screen in it. Okay, so we have got both the components over here. So we will do the goods receipt. And one thing we can also do is we will pack it into handling units. So we have not set up the packaging specification. If you set up the packaging specification, the system will automatically do the packing of the material. So the moment the inbound delivery lands up in EWM, it will automatically create the handling units based on the packaging specification. So for us, one pallet is 48 pieces. So it will create a pallet for like 4 pallets for this. So we've got 96 pieces. So this is 2 pallets. This is another 96 pieces for 2 pallets. What we can do, we can quickly try to create packaging specification for both the products. And we will, so that for you guys also, especially people who are new to EWM, they will also understand how packaging specifications work, how it is created, and then how we can utilize them as well. Are you guys okay with that approach, or you want me to just do a manual packing and then go ahead with this? You want to see how the packaging specification is done? It's up to you guys.
Yes, we want to see.
Okay, let me close a few sessions because it's very confusing now with all these things up. Okay, so I'll just use for a full pallet. Okay, so the packaging specification is created. We need to go inside now. So what we'll do. So over here, what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to set up the packaging specification. So going inside, so when we are creating packaging specification for a full pallet, we will have to provide certain details like in terms of the quantity. So if you see over here, when I've pushed in one pallet, automatically the system has picked up 48 pieces from the units of alternative units of measurement that is being maintained. Okay, so in the EWM product master also, there is this alternative unit of measurement which is coming in from the material master in ECC, and based on that, the system does this calculation, this bringing in. Okay, so the next part that we need to perform over here is the providing the details of the packaging material. Okay, so now this is important because we need to specify in the system what is the packaging material that will be used, whether it is boxes, bottles, cartons, or whatever. You know, Euro pallet, which one. So that particular packaging material type we need to provide over here. So now whether it's a main packaging material, is an auxiliary packaging material, that is also something which you can decide and create. And you can have multiple levels of packaging as well. When we say multiple levels of packaging, that means when we talk about a pallet, so within inside the pallet, you can have boxes. Inside the big boxes, you can have smaller cartons. So there can be multiple levels of packaging within one big pallet. So you can create those multiple levels over here. You can have multiple levels and the system will determine and do the packaging accordingly. So for each level, you can specify the packaging material as well. So over here, what I'll do, I need to see what is the existing material which is available for packaging. So these are the following materials that are available for packaging. So let us see which one we can use. Let me try using this one. Okay, that's fine. Now create volume and dimension. So another important thing is over here. So the system again, if you see, and I've put in the target quantity, then the system is automatically calculating it as 48 pieces. Okay, so over here, the weight and volume will be automatically pulled in from the product. so that we need to fill up over here. Right now, when we come into the warehouse part, so over here in the quantity classification, so we will select this as pallet quantity, because we want the packaging specification or to automatically create pallets. In terms of rounding rules, right now, we are not going to push in any rounding rules, but we can use this as well. Okay. And then you can also push in steps. Now, steps and all those things come into picture when you have complex EWM environments, like where you're using layout or process-oriented storage controls. So in those cases, yes, you can provide the work steps as well. That means if you're assigning it to a particular work center, that the packaging sometimes needs to be triggered at a particular work center. So that is also something that we can maintain over here. Okay, so you can see over here, the work step is there. So you can push in the step and you can save it over here. And when the system is going through the multiple process steps using the process-oriented storage control, when it hits this particular work center, it will automatically create the packaging specific. It will automatically create the handling units. So for right now, we need it for our inbound delivery. Right, so we go back over here. So for the inbound delivery to have the packaging specification automatically, we need to assign a condition type. Okay, so we will select the standard. There should be a standard condition type called 0 IBD. Yeah, it is over here, 0 IBD. So when we select 0 IBD, so we will be selecting the first option, which is this one. Let's see. Yeah, so over here you see the first field that we need to fill up is the supply chain unit. Now, the supply chain unit is something which is, when we define a warehouse we always have a supply chain unit linked to it. The reason behind that is the supply chain unit has the attributes which defines the warehouse, whether this warehouse is a warehouse attached to a manufacturing location, whether this warehouse is just a distribution center, whether this warehouse is a ship from location, whether this warehouse is a ship to location. So there are different business attributes, and also the time zones and everything are mapped to the supply chain unit, and this supply chain unit in turn is assigned to the EWM warehouse number. This is a part of the basic configuration that we do when we are setting up an EWM warehouse. Okay, so to understand which is the supply chain unit mapped against our warehouse number, so we will quickly go into a table. Okay, so the supply chain unit assigned to this warehouse is Y warehouse 1710. So we'll take this. So the product is the product which we need to create for the packaging specification. So we'll just copy paste this. Okay, and then we will save this. Other important thing that we need to do, we check one thing. So over here, the target quantity is here. One thing that is important is the HU creation. Yeah. So this checkbox need to be activated. Otherwise, the handling unit will not be created. Okay, even if you have maintained everything. So that is very important. So what we'll do now, we'll just go back. We can activate it over from there as well. Let's try from here. Okay, perfect. So our packaging specification is activated now for this particular product. So let's see, go back into our inbound delivery. Okay, let me see the first item. So if I click on this particular icon, I would expect that the system should be able to create anything. No, it is not able. No determination procedure, document type PDI, INB. Perfect. So this is what I needed. So we need to go into Spro. The good thing about this is that you guys are also seeing the some of the important configuration which is required. So we will quickly do that as well now. So we go inside the configuration, and we will see what is the packaging specification mapping process, which it is saying is not there right now. So if you see over here, it is saying that no determination procedure. So it's not about the packaging specification basically, but it's more about the packaging specification profile. If you're using the Unified Packaging Engine, so no packaging specification or UPB engine was found. The missing for document type or determination procedure for the packaging specification has not been defined. So what it is saying is that we should go into goods receipt process, inbound delivery, define document types for inbound delivery process. So if you see over here, the config which we went into was the same config, goods receipt process, inbound delivery, define document types for inbound delivery process, right? So we'll go in. So the combination for us is PDI INB. So PDI INB, so it should be this one. Okay. So we don't have any packaging material proposal procedure. Let's see. This is fine. Okay, let me just go out. Remember this particular transaction, the standard EWM transaction for inbound deliveries. So when you get an error, you need to do a hard refresh. So you need to again run the transaction and then come out and then go in again. Okay, so the refresh icons are there, but it doesn't refresh somehow. It doesn't do a hard refresh. Okay, so I've been using EWM version since EWM 7.0, and this is something which I have seen from the very beginning. So I don't know why SAP has not come up with a change for this, but this is what it is. So I think the system is trying to do the packaging. Let's see. Yes, so it was successful. So you see the system has created 2 pallets over here. Okay, so these 2 pallets are based, this is based on the packaging specification that we had created earlier. So we had created, so next time when any inbound delivery is coming in, the system will automatically create. We don't have to even go inside this particular window of packing. Okay, but this time, since the inbound delivery was already created, and after that we had created the packaging specification and activated it, that's why we had to come into this window to do the packing. Okay, so we'll quickly create a packaging specification for this product as well. So please bear with me for this. So again, we'll go back to the pack spec transaction, click on the new this thing. So for pack spec, so I will just, instead of 502, it will be 503. The packaging specification group will be SAP. Press enter, go inside. Okay, I'll just select the 0 IBD condition type. So this time I'm doing it a bit faster because I don't need to do the explanation overall once again. So I'll again be pushing in the supply chain unit. I'll show you guys the supply chain unit for business attributes as well. So after this, we need to push in the product, which is this one. Okay, then we go inside, push in the product once again. Okay, so this is again picked it up. Packaging material. Okay, weight, volume, and dimension is fine. We will select the pallet quantity. That's it. So I will just click on save and then activate. It's a simple thing. It's just in terms of activation. But if you don't activate, it's not going to work. Okay. Also, another thing that I will quickly, although this is not a part of your curriculum, I'll quickly cover it so that you will understand. So this particular condition type you see. So the moment we select this condition type, you saw there are 3 access sequences it showed us and 3 tables. So it is the standard condition technique that we have across all modules in SAP, in sales and distribution and materials management. So I'm not so sure whether in PP we have condition technique, but there's the same condition technique which is being used in EWM as well. So you have condition types, access sequences, condition tables, and condition records. So now this particular view that you see for the supply chain unit, the product, so this is a part of that particular table. You can define your own table as well, based on different key field combinations, and you can create your Z condition type as well. System allows you to do that. Okay. So in your project, if you can check what is the packaging specification condition type, it might be a Z condition type as well. So check it out. Okay. Or they might be using the standard ones as well. So now once we are done with this, we have activated for this one as well, 503. So the expectation is that now when we do it for 503 as well, automatically the system should do the packing as well. Yes, it has done it. So we'll save it. So if you guys remember, we had created, I think, 3 storage types, A1 HR, A2 HR, and A3 HR. So what we will do is we will try to create specific search sequences, and then we will see whether once we are taking the inbound. So because then you will understand the full cycle. We'll try to take the inbound, and then when we are trying to do the staging from an outbound perspective, we will see whether the system follows our sequence or not. So this, when we are trying to remove the stock, it was trying to pull it from an existing sequence. So we'll create a completely new sequence and see whether the system is picking up our sequence or not. Okay. So now the inbound delivery is ready with the handling units as well. So just a quick question, again, trivia question. So you see this handling unit numbers are generated automatically, like this 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, blah, blah, blah. So how did the system get this handling unit number? How did it generate it automatically? Because I have not provided any number range when I was creating the packaging specification. So what happens is that obviously there is a number range which is running this, and it is creating this pallet IDs, right? So we need to assign the number range. So what we do is that in EWM. So there are a lot of EWM specific number range objects, which are warehouse number specific. Now in EWM, when we talk about number range objects, remember, there are global number range objects and there are warehouse specific number range objects. So when you are in a rollout project, say for example, where multiple warehouses are there, and mostly majority of the clients that you will have, they will have more than one warehouse, right? It will not be just one single warehouse that they have. In those kind of cases, for the first implementation, okay, if it's in the same server system, because certain clients would be there which are very big and they have operations in multiple geographies. So geography wise also they will have different server systems. Like for Asia Pacific, it will be different. For India and Middle East, it will be different. For North America, it will be different. It's like that. But then again, so whenever you're doing the implementation in the server for the first time, so at that point in time, there are a few number ranges which needs to be set up. After that, it's all the local number ranges. When I say local, the warehouse specific number ranges. So to find it out, there's a shortcut. Okay, so which are the EWM specific number ranges? Now, if you are already in a project, say for example, you guys are doing support now, and you want to understand what are the EWM specific number ranges, or sorry, the local or the warehouse specific number ranges. So just go to NRIV over here, and the sub-object value, you push in the warehouse number in the sub-object value over here. Okay, let me just see what it is. 1 second. Okay, and over here, just push in a warehouse number, say for example 1710, and execute. So you see, these are the different. So the only issue over here is, and generally I'm sure in your client as well, the plant number and the EWM warehouse number will be different, right? It will not be 1710 is the plant number and your warehouse number is also 1710. It's not like that, right? Your plant number, I think, will be different and your EWM warehouse number is different in terms of the naming convention, I'm asking, right? In your existing project, or it is the same like this? Guys, it's a question.
It is the same, Ronnie. I think it is the same plant number and warehouse.
The plant number and the warehouse number is same.
The sub-object. Can you comment on this?
Yes, same.
Okay. But actually, that is not the best practice. So plant numbers are generally numerical. They will be using numerical conventions. But when we are defining an EWM warehouse number, so the initial 2 digits should represent the location of the place generally. Suppose you have a warehouse in New Delhi, say for example. So it should be for that particular company. So it should be DLW1. It should be something like that. So generally, warehouse naming conventions go like that. But yeah, there's no harm in doing this as well. But I'm just sharing with you guys. Okay, so what I did was, now since this is the embedded system, so if I push in 1710 as a sub-object value for the number range, I will not be getting anything. The problem is I'll be getting everything. Because 1710 as a sub-object value, also 1710 is a plant number and 1710 is the warehouse number as well. So because of that, it is bringing in all the number ranges specific for the plant also, and all the number ranges that we need to maintain for the warehouse also. But we are mostly concerned from a warehouse perspective. So what I did was I put an extra filter in the object name. So generally the EWM's warehouse specific number ranges, they start with SCWM. And then I have put in the asterisk and then I executed. And these are the number ranges that I can see. Now over here, you would see there is a number range called SCWM HUID. So this is the number range which is responsible. So let us go inside this number range. So if I push this in, and over here you see this, but when you try to go inside this number range, it's asking you for which warehouse number you want to see. So for us, it's 1710. And you can see the number range which is maintained is from this to this. Now, in our case, did it follow this number range? No, it did not follow this number range. Why? Because the packaging material which I have taken is not using this particular number range. It is using a SSCC generation number based on which it has created those numbers. Okay. So the packaging materials can be assigned the number range number. So what I will do is I'll assign when I am creating the packaging material profile, I'll be assigning this number range to the packaging material profile. And based on that, the system will generate the handling unit number. But since I selected a packaging material which was not using this particular number range, so that's why it's not a part of this particular range. It is not, you can see our number range is completely different. It's starting with 1 series. It's not starting from the 8 series. But in your client, you would see it's not like that. There will be number ranges. There will be some number ranges which are marked as external. There will be some number ranges which are internal. So the only number range that we have over here is an internal number range for this particular product, but this is the number range object that is being used. Okay, I'll try to include the packaging part, because although it's not directly related to your advanced production integration topic, but it is an important topic and which is integral from overall and production planning perspective when you see. So I will try to include that in your sessions. Okay, so because it is important, you need to understand how that the whole cycle works. Okay, so now as we were discussing, we had created a few storage types, and we will try to take in this material in that particular storage type. Before that, you see over here, they're saying that what is the goods receipt office? It is this particular supply chain unit. Okay, remember when I was creating the packaging specification, I had pushed in the supply chain unit number. Now, to identify what exactly is a supply chain unit, so let us go into the supply chain unit maintenance transaction. The supply chain unit maintenance is a master data activity or a cutover activity. Remember that. So whenever you guys are, suppose in a rollout project, and you are creating a new warehouse, so when you are during the time of cutover, so you will be creating the supply chain unit. It will be a part of your cutover activities for that particular warehouse. Okay, so the maintenance transaction is SCMB slash K. So the maintenance transaction is /N/SCMB/SCU main. This is your maintenance transaction for supply chain unit /N/SCMB/SCU main. Okay, so if I'll just copy this supply chain unit, let's see what are the important attributes which are maintained over here. So the supply chain unit, when you are creating, you would see that there are multiple types over here. What are different kinds of supply chain units that are there in the EWM environment? So you've got a production plant, you've got a distribution center, you've got supply chain units for shipping points, you've got supply chain units for warehouse, customer, vendor, business partners, everything. Okay, customers, vendors. So supply chain units, that means, are created for all these different objects. From our delivery perspective, right, supply chain unit is the warehouse supply chain unit. So let's see what is the supply chain unit type mapped to this. So over here it is mapped as 1002, which is a distribution center. But if it is, you can map it as 1008 as well and 1001 as well. There's no problem behind that. Okay, if it's a manufacturing plant, you can maintain it as 1008 as well. There's no issue with that. I'll show you why. Then over here, you can maintain the geographical data in terms of the longitudes and latitudes for the warehouse, for it to have the exact location. I have worked on projects where they use geocoding, and they have this particular mappings over here as well. Do you know where geocoding is actually being, where else from a warehouse perspective is geocoding used? So what happens is that whenever you have a warehouse, obviously there'll be trucks moving in and out, right? So you need to do planning of the trucks as well, how the materials will be loaded inside the trucks and all those things. So that is called load optimization. For load optimization to work, there are different tools which you can use as a load optimizer. And when you are using a load optimizer tool, it will always use geocoding. Okay. Now, based on the geocoding, so it will be giving you a virtual diagram, and it will show you that for this particular delivery, how you need to load it inside the pallet. So there are a lot of calculations like routing and all those things, because a particular shipment will be carrying not only just one single delivery, right? Say, for example, in a truck of Amazon, it's not going to just take one delivery inside it. It will take multiple deliveries of multiple customers. So when you are loading that particular truck for Amazon, so you want to make sure that if the truck is moving out from Chennai to New Delhi, then all the stops in between, the materials are placed in such a manner that you don't have to take out all the things and then push it back again. Say, for example, the first stop from Chennai to Delhi is Bangalore. Let's say, for example, okay, please forgive me for my geography knowledge. Say for example, if it's Bangalore, and then before that we have items which are meant for Delhi. That means you have to pull down all the items from which are meant for Delhi. Then you will find the materials which are meant for Bangalore. So you will never do that, right? So you'll be trying to optimize the way you're loading the truck. So at that particular time, you'll be trying to use load optimizer tools. And this is where you use geocoding. Okay. Based on the truck size, length, width, breadth, volume, everything. Okay. SAP TM has geocoding. Then there are a lot of other tools as well available in the market, which you can integrate with SAP as well if you're not using TM. Okay. Now, apart from that, you also have the time zone. So the time zone is another important thing, which is mapped over here. And then you have the address, and then you have the business attributes. Now, this is one of the most important things. You will see whenever you have a EWM warehouse, the INV business attribute should be linked to this, the goods receipt office and the shipping office. So if these three are there, you can move the goods out of your warehouse. You can move the goods into your warehouse. Why? As I told you, this particular supply chain unit is mapped to your warehouse as a part of your configuration. Okay. So I'll quickly show you that configuration as well. So it's called warehouse number assignment. So it's in the very beginning of the EWM configuration. So you go inside SCM extended warehouse management, master data, and over here assign warehouse numbers. So over here you can see the supply chain unit is mapped. Okay. So whatever would be the supply chain unit which is mapped to a particular warehouse, the same supply chain unit you also need to map within your packaging specification. So this is the same table that I was referring to, which when I was, if you must have noticed, or if you recall, I was referring to a particular table when I went inside and I picked up the supply chain unit from there. Okay, so that table is the config table for this particular configuration. Okay, now let us set up the strategy. So I will go back inside the config nodes. So let me see whether the storage types are there or not, which we created the other day. A1 HR, A2 HR, and A3 HR. Okay, perfect. So what we'll do, we'll set up the putaway strategy first for this. So we'll quickly go in over here, let's receive process, and then we go inside strategies. So we are not going to use groups. That's fine. So we have defined this already, SAHR, so you can see for SAHR, we have A1 HR and then A2 HR and then A3. And then we will put a control indicator. So it's already there. So this is the Paki for Hyrax, SAHR. And then specify storage type search sequence for putaway. Let's see, we had already created this or not. Okay, I don't see anything over here. No, I don't see anything over here. So let's use this. Copy this. So the putaway control indicator that we had created the other day was SAHR. So the warehouse process type, let me see. So that is find Y114. Let it be like this. Let's see if it triggers any putaway post POSC. So search sequence I'm going to use is this. I'll use empty bin. Now remember this putaway rules that I've set as empty bin. So you have got the same config at also the storage type level. That means when we say storage type level, it is at this particular configuration. The master data, define storage type level. But remember, yes. So whatever we maintain at the strategy level will be taken as the priority. So it will not be the one which you are maintaining at the storage type level. So if the storage type level, suppose this is maintained as over here, also the putaway rules is 5. So both are matching over here, empty bin. But if I maintain it as 2 over here and 5 over there, so the maintenance that I've done over there against the storage type search sequence, that will be taken like as a precedence over what is maintained over here. Okay. So remember that. So once you have the putaway rules checking done, so now what we can do is we need to map the storage type search, the putaway control indicator, which we have defined into the product master. So that the product, when the product is coming into the system would know, okay, this is where I need to search. So there were, just as a quick recap, what we had done was we had first defined a storage type search sequence for our Hyrax, which was 1710. And the diagram, if you guys remember. So this was our diagram. The end goal is to send from these particular racks to the production supply area, PSA 1 and PSA 2. And these are our Hyrax, A1 HR, A2 HR, A3 HR, and A4 HR. So we're just using 3 storage types. Within these 3 storage types, we'll be creating a few bins. And this is the storage type search sequence SAHR. Okay. So we have used so what we have done is that we have created a storage type search sequence SAHR first. And over here in the creation screen is just the description. The next thing that we have done is assignment of the storage type search sequence. That means A1 HR, A2 HR, and A3 HR in the particular sequence that we want the system to search it. And then we have defined a putaway control indicator. So over here, it's just a definition and the name. And then the final step is this one, where we have pushed in the sequence. So I will just push it. I'll show it to you guys once again. So for SAHR, the warehouse process type which the system will use to create the warehouse task is Y114. The quantity classification is P, and this is the search sequence SAHR. Okay. So let's see based on this whether the system will be able to search or not. But the problem is that we just created the storage types. So we also need to create storage bins. And then there's an additional step of sorting those storage bins so that the system understands. So this is where I need to do the sorting as well. So we will do that quickly and we will upload some bins as well. So let me first, so this is the putaway control indicator. So we go inside the product master, 503, edit, warehouse data, remove this, okay. And then we go back for 502 as well, warehouse data. So now I have maintained the putaway control indicator which we had created. As I said, we need to also make sure that we need to create a new, we need to create the new storage bins, right, for the different storage types. So how to create that? It's very simple. So I'll just quickly show it to you guys. Let me open the transaction. So to do bin creation, there are multiple ways for people who are new to it. You can either do it one by one manually using transactions, or you can use a bin upload transaction where you can upload multiple bins in one shot. So to do the bin upload, so you need to run this particular transaction SBUP /SCWM /N/SCWM /SBUP. This is the transaction, okay, which you can see on your screen. Now the template is already provided over here. It's not like your stock upload template. So the stock upload template, I will share it with you guys. Just remind me, it can be, there is a SAP note as well. If you just download that note, in that note itself, the template is provided, okay. But for your convenience, I will just share that template with you. It will be there in the list of your materials. Okay. So over here, you see warehouse number, storage bin, storage type, storage section. This is the template. So what we'll do, we'll just export this. Okay, that's fine. So I'll export this and then I will adjust. Okay, perfect. It's fine. So our warehouse number is 1710. Okay. By the time I'm doing this quickly, just a quick trivia question for all of you. Non-EWM experience included. So from when you have storage bins in WM, can you have the same storage bin number for different storage types?
No.
Yes, that's the right answer. So what happens is that, do you know the why it is so? Why the system doesn't allow you to do it?
The system can't identify the storage type because the bin it's having the multiple storage types. When we are doing putaway or some stock removal activities, system will not identify the particular storage type.
Okay, so how it works in the system from an architecture perspective, I'll explain. Okay, so when you're creating any data within the system, so that data is being stored in a database table, right? So when it comes to EWM, so there's a difference between the database structure in EWM and the database structure when you talk about S4 or ECC. So there are from EWM perspective, and it's not only EWM, it's when it comes to the APO modules, if you see, because EWM is a part of the APO module, the APO overall developments. So there's a concept called line. So line tables are there. So the moment you create storage bin, line entry gets created. So there are different line tables which gets updated in the backend, and a unique line, GUI ID gets generated for this particular bin, suppose. And that unique number is immaterial of the storage type. So therefore, when that unique number exists, you cannot have with the same bin number, the system will try to create try to duplicate that same line unique number. So it will not be able to create. So that's why the system will not allow you. That is the reason. Otherwise, within the same storage, because there should have been a differentiator, right? Because the storage types are different. I can have same naming conventions of storage bins. What is the problem? Like for storage sections, I can have the same storage section names against multiple storage types, fast, medium, slow, say for example. But it doesn't work out the same way in case of storage bins. So from a system architectural perspective, that is the reason why it doesn't allow you. So I'll just quickly do this. Okay, I'll just drag and drop this one. maybe A2H, A2H, A2HR, and then A3, A3H. Okay, done. So I'm not going to push in anything else. There are a lot of other things as well, like storage bin type and all. I will explain to you guys later what exactly those things are, especially for people who are new, but we'll not go deep into it right now. So we'll quickly create this file, save a copy. Okay, so done. Remember, you need to save it as CSV, comma, delimited. Okay, so this is CSV, comma, delimited. I'll just save this, done. And now we'll try to do the upload. So we go back to this. So system is showing us all the entries that we've just created. And then what we'll do, we'll have to click on this creation of storage bin. So if it's successful, it will show us in successful changes. If it fails, it will show us with the error. Now remember, sometimes it will show you as successful changes in this transaction, but still please go and check whether the bins exist, because it might be, there might not be any errors over here in this particular transaction. So 28 storage bins were created successfully. So we are lucky enough, but make sure that you go and do a double check in the bin master, right? So the bin master table is shrim LAGP. So you just push in the storage types, which is A1HR, A2HR, A3HR, execute, and the warehouse number will be 1710. You should have 28 entries. Yes, it's there. So we need not be bothered anymore. Now, the most important thing, so I'll just quickly open a bin for you. LS01, sorry. So this is LS01 is a transaction which we use to create a storage bin, okay, manually. So what we did, we just simply uploaded the storage bin, so it created the storage bins. So if you want to do one by one, you can do it like this as well. So you just enter, like, say for example, test underscore Ron, and over here storage type you put as, say for example, what was this, A1HR, and then you can just simply save this. So this is also another way of doing it, as I told you. But one thing that I wanted to show you, so the bin display transaction is LS03. So over here, one important thing is like the activity areas. So right now there's no activity area mapping. So if there is no activity area mapping, the system will not be able to understand when it is doing the search, and it will not be able to determine the storage bin automatically while trying to do the put away. So this particular activity is very important especially when you're doing new rollouts. You create storage bins, create or upload the storage bins, and then you need to also do the sorting of the bins. Okay. So the bin sorting again is something which can be done automatically or which can be uploaded as well. Now, why do we need to upload? So the automatic way is very fast. So the transaction to do it is SCWM/N/SCWM/SBST. Okay. So over here, it is asking you for the activity area and the activity. Now, the activity area, what exactly is an activity area and activity? So we have storage types. Now, within the storage types, say for example, over here, A1HR, A2HR, A3, there are multiple activities that can be performed. Picking, put away, internal movements. Okay. So when it is coming to your bin sorting, so you want to make sure that those specific bins are maintained for all the different kinds of activities. Similarly, these activities are mapped to the activity areas. Now, what is the meaning of activity area? So all these 3 storage types or 4 storage types can be mapped to one single activity area. So these, say for example, A1HR, A2HR, A3HR, A4HR can be mapped to S1HR, say for example. Okay. And within this particular activity area, what are the different activities that you want to perform? You need to maintain that for the specific bins. Because it may be that certain bins you are only using for specific activities, or you are using all the bins for all activities. So whatever it is, you need to make sure that that particular activity mapping is done against the activity area and the activity mapping. And the sorting sequence is also maintained. Why do we need the sorting sequence? Because say for example, this bin number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So these are the 6 bins over here. Now from a sorting perspective, you want just out of a random scenario, you want the operator to first go into bin number 4 and then bin number 3 and then bin number 1 and then bin number 2 while doing the put away. So you'll maintain the sorting sequence accordingly. Okay. So in that particular case, you need to do the upload. But if you want the system to do the sorting, because the system will do a ascending and descending sort, as simple as that. So if you want the system to do it, then you can just use this SBST transaction. Okay. So right now, the 3 storage types that we have, that we had created earlier, we need to also check now whether it is being mapped to a particular activity area. So let us quickly check whether our storage types are mapped to any activity areas. So this particular table tells me the mapping between an activity area and a storage type. So 1710, no. So there is no mapping. So what we need to do now, we will, because generally when we are defining activity areas, it is on a one-to-one basis as well, based on storage. And as I said, for multiple storage types, you can have just one activity area as well. Okay. So what I'll do, for all these storage types, I will create respective activity areas. Okay. So to create that, we need to go into Pro again, Extended Warehouse Management, Master Data Activity Areas, Define Activity Areas. So this is our one was A1 HR. So if I just run it like this, then A2 HR. So so I'm just generating the activity areas. Let's see whether now once we go inside define activity areas again, whether the system has created the activity areas for our storage types. Yes. So you see activity area for A1 HR, A2 HR, and A3 HR. Okay. So the activity areas are created. Now let's see when you go back into SBST. So what is the advantage of doing this generation is that if you are doing the generation, so you don't have to do again the assignment of the activity areas to the storage types. Okay. So now this is from bin mapping perspective. So we will not go into this one. 1 second. Yes, storage type 1 second. 10. Okay, A1 HR, A2 HR, A3 HR, activity area A1 HR, A2 HR, A3 HR. The mapping is there. So this is perfect. Sort sequence for activity areas 1710 A1 HR. So for A1 HR, since I maintained it as blank, so it has created for all activities. So INTL is internal movements, that is bin to bin movements or any ad hoc movements that you want to do. INV is physical inventory in EWM. Pick is for the picking activities, and PTWY is for put away. REPL is for replenishment. Okay. So these are the different activities. So you can see for all activities, the system has created the activity area mapping automatically, because when I generated it, I did not maintain any specific activity over here. Okay. So I did not select any activity. So for all activities from crossline stock put away to posting change. So do you guys know what is crossline stock put away? What is the concept of crossline stock put away? By any chance, guys?
Put is not in a sequence manner, right? So we can randomly pick bins as per the sort sequence.
So not randomly. Okay. So what happens is that, okay. So yeah, you're right. It's not
one in one rack and the other one in the opposite one.
Yes.
And then
Exactly. Right. So if you see, like, let's say, for example, I'm highlighting features like A2 HR and A3 HR. So these are the bins 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you want the system to first do, the operator to first do the put away in bin number 6 in A2 HR, and then go to A3 HR bin number 5, and then go to number 4 in A2 HR, and then number 3 in A3 HR, like this. So it's cross line. So basically what happens is that the racks will face each other, right? So you will want to fill up the ground floors of the racks first on both sides. So the operator will fill the ground floor on the left and the right, like that. And then once it is filled up, then they will go up the next level. So that's why that's why this concept of crossline stock put away is there. Okay, from a physical perspective. Okay, so this is done. This mapping is also done. So I'll just run this. So these are all the bins that are there for A1 and HR. So you can see automatically the system has created the sorting sequence. Okay, based on the numbering. So based on the ascending numbering, they have done the sorting. So you can see, so I'm just done a descending, and you can see the sort sequence over here. So what I'll do is that this is a simulation. So if you're not satisfied with this, you can run the upload as well. So I will not be so fussy. I'll just go ahead and I'll just run this. Okay. So my bin sorting is successful. So for all the activities, now let me show you an example. So if I go to LS03 and push this bin number, or even this one which we had created, go to our activity areas. Earlier it was blank. And now you can see all the different activities and the activity areas mapped against it. Okay. Now the next one is, I will do it for the remaining execute. Okay. Execute. So we've done the activity area sorting as well. So now the system should be able to determine when we are trying to create the warehouse task. So let us go inside the delivery now. Once again, we have done the mapping of the put away control indicator as well. So the first step we need to do before we try to create a warehouse task is do the goods receipt. So I'll just click on goods receipt. In complex warehouses, where if you want to map the unloading process as well, that can also be done. And generally, if you see in warehouses, it will either be they'll be either using AGVs, automated guided vehicles, or the human resources. They will be using scanning guns or RF guns to scan the pallet IDs and then do the goods receipt. Okay, I'll show you using RFID how we can do that as well. Okay, so the goods receipt is completed. You can see the status of goods receipt is changed. Let's see whether the PPF has been triggered or not. So it's in a yellow status, maybe because this is a test server, the PPF action setup is not correct. So what we can do is we can click on edit, or let me just rerun this again and see if the PPF, yes. So it took some time because system is a bit slow, but it has sent so this send ERP delivery message is what is this is once I did the goods receipt, as I told you, there will be a queue which will be generated to update the goods receipt status in ECC. So this one, if you click on the processing log, it is not giving you the data. I will set it up. Don't worry. It shows the exact queue number. So now for this particular delivery, since our queue is in a stop status. So we again go back to SMQ2, the QRFC monitor. So there should be a queue now, which should be here. Yes, the queue is here. So I will just execute this. So this queue is bringing in the information that the goods receipt is completed back into EWM. Okay, sorry, back into ECC. So let us quickly open the delivery VL33N. So delivery status is the goods movement status is still not completed because the queue is still getting executed. So you see over here, the goods movement status is showing as A, but the moment this queue gets processed, it will be completed. Okay, so let this run in the backend. I will move out of the delivery. In EWM, in the meanwhile, we can work independently. There's no problem about this. Okay, so so I'll just rerun this. Now I'll try to create the warehouse task. So the queue got cleared. So that means my delivery goods movement status should be updated now. So now it is A. So if I move out and I move in again, so it is completed now. Okay. And if you see in the document flow, you'll find the material document which is posted. This is the material document. If you go inside this document, you will see all the details. So this is the material document which has been posted. Okay, with 561 movement date. So our GR posting is successful. Now what is remaining is the put away. So for the put away to be triggered, we have done the strategies. We have maintained the strategy against. So you can see the process type which is getting determined is Y114. The only problem over here is that it has picked up a storage process YI02, which we don't want. Okay, we want the system to follow the strategy which we have created, right? So what I will do is, okay, so this one, let's see what is so the storage, so let's see what it says. Storage types, sections, bin types, incomplete. Okay, so what the system is telling us is that for this particular storage type, storage section search is activated and there is nothing maintained for storage section. So therefore it is not being able to determine the bin where it needs to push it in. So we will deactivate that and we'll run it in session and we'll do it in front of you. So one thing that is good is that you guys are seeing from an end-to-end perspective what happens, and we will be able to perform the staging and the put away. Plus, I will also try to give you the answers of the bodies and everything. Okay.
All right. Let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. How is the consumption of production materials typically confirmed in an integrated PP EWM scenario? Option A, manual confirmation only. Option B, automatic backflush. Option C, periodic batch job. Option D, direct goods issue. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master the art of managing production and warehouses? Our SAP S/4HANA EWM PP integration course is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive into SAP S/4HANA EWM and PP integration. It's like a powerful toolset for syncing production with efficient warehouse management. Our course covers everything you need, from basic concepts to advanced techniques. It's designed by industry experts who truly know their stuff. Your instructors are experienced pros who've worked with SAP for years. They're here to guide you and answer all your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Students love how clear and practical this course is. People like you have used it to boost their skills and advance their careers. The best part? It's super affordable. This amazing chance to learn won't cost a fortune. Ready to excel in SAP S/4HANA EWM and PP? Sign up on our page now. And for more details, check out ZaranTech's website.